pandemic in town, and it's taking creators down a rabbit hole of corruption in Massachusetts town. It strikes at the heart of bloggers, no matter podcaster or receiver. It can strike you like a Lexus, then you've got Karen Red River fever. While all the symptoms are quite acute, and you'll ask things differently by far, you will utter what if anything, or you'll be screaming outside back. You'll swear she said I hit him 3 times, while making butt dials as well. No matter how hard you try to fight it, you just can't unring that bell.
Ring that bell.
So once you finally say I'll allow it,
I'll allow it.
Built the darn diva, you'll find yourself behind that buffer zone, 'cause you got Karen Red River fever.
River fever. Good morning, Crispy. Good morning, good morning. Wakey, wakey. Hands off Snaky. And I said plural. Well, I hope you had a lovely Memorial Day yesterday, and I hope you are nice and warm over there, because it is like brass monkeys over here. Like, yeah, like freeze your bits off. Yep. I had to go and get a jacket, and I've got a heater. Morning, sunshine. Christine pipped you at the post this morning. Good morning. I do believe they're on a break at the moment, the court. So, yeah, I don't think we've missed a great deal. Meh. It cuts down the lunch break by a lot. So, all had a good weekend? You're all safe? Well, oh, I tell you what, I don't feel the cold very much or very often. And I've got plenty of padding. But yeah, I haven't started yet. I clicked up to when the fan went off, and it says sidebar, and still says sidebar, and then it went caught us on a short break. See, we didn't waste an hour. So now the rumour mill has it. The state's going to rest either today or tomorrow. Yep. I think Hank was, I don't know. It said that he's got the one more witness, Dr. Renshaw from Apeture. But I think he might actually try and call someone else, because after Burjo, oh, I don't think he can. They have to be at least on the list. I'll get the list up, shall I? Do you know what? I know a sleuthy goosey that I could find that from at the touch of a button, because she is awesome. Between her timeline and my database, man, we could have this case solved in a heartbeat. I should tell her that. Now I just got to remember where I put it. My phone is chockers with files and photos and all sorts of shit, because I have to transfer sometimes I'm like watching on my phone and I'll do a screen record or I'll do a couple of snapshots and then I'll email them and then it'll be on my iPad because it's synced and then it will be on the computer and yeah, vice versa. So it was chockers and I couldn't even get a text message. So I've been uploading all of my files and stuff to either iCloud or to my drive, my Google Drive. And somehow I've set it up so that every time that it thinks, like I upload it and then delete everything off the phone, and then when it syncs, it puts it all back again. Witness lists. Okay. Where is trial 2? Okay. I'll share this tab instead. How's that? Add to stage. Look at that. Good morning, Mr. Music Brian. Just trying to work out. Yeah, I'm blown away. Who? Teresa might be thinking of. Let me zoom this in. There we go. So that's, oops. No, there was that one of us here. So this is my prediction of who they will call. Maybe Brian. Paul Mikowski. I don't think they'll bother calling Yuri back, but they may call Tully. They will definitely call the trooper from Dighton, Nicholas Barros. Terry Coon. Now, Terry Coon, I think, will be called by Hank in his rebuttal with Crosby. They may call Lank. I think they might call Lucky Loughran. They may call the other guy that was in the car with Ryan Nagel, and they'll definitely call Proctor. Absolutely. I don't think they need to call Scotty Bello. Hopefully they call your girlfriend, Renee Stonebridge. She's a hottie. They'll definitely call Wolf and Rentschler, but not sure about Green. Depends. They might call Joe Paul just basically to establish the fact that he was kicked out because he didn't give the right answer and replaced by an absolute dipshit. Oh, dipshit awards. Thanks for reminding me, Jody. I think he deserves. What? How many do you reckon for Mr. Burgess? At least 2. The Shannon man, 1 in Burgess, dipshit points. Renee Stonebridge, yes, you do. She had the green dress that had the sort of, what's it called when they have like the collar and then it just comes down the front. A-line, is it? And the tattoos all up the arms. It was a really beautiful emerald green. You'll know her when you see her. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I think she's a top scorer for this trial. She is. All right, I'm going with 2 at least. Anyone want to add any more dipshit points for Shannon Burgess? So we may as well do our tally at the moment. Jen McCabe has 4. Kerry Roberts has 2. Karen has 2. Gary Feller has 1. Vinnie Politan has 1. Brian Higgins has 3. Yuri Bukaki has 4. Oh, I have got Shannon Burgess already on here with 4. All right, that's 6 now. And Hank Brennan's coming in at 3,972. Which is subject to amendment eventually, possibly, maybe. So, who thinks that the state will rest today? Yes, you can vote again for Karen. Yep. So that's a 3 for Karen. No problemo. Can't actually see what's her name on here because she was the neurologist, ME or neurologist. I can't even see her on there. Well, all right. So the only thing that I really learnt last week that held any weight was from Dr. Wolf. Basically, he explained exactly what I've been saying the entire time. So there's that. But he also said that there was no depression fracture at the base of the skull where the impact occurred, which means that it wasn't something like a baseball bat or there was no dent fracture, basically, where the impact occurred. So that meant that the surface area of whatever caused that trauma was wider because more of the surface area of the skull absorbed that force, that impact. Does that make sense? So if you're hitting a nail with a hammer and you miss, that would you leave that, semicircle dent in the wood? If you're hammering that nail in with a 4x2, you don't. Yeah? That's my analogy. So it had to be something wider and flatter to not cause that that depression, but it still had to have created enough force to cause that fracture to pretty much disperse all the way right to the front of the occipital roof. So I don't know. I can't recall what the force was that the crash daddies said would occur from a 6'2" man falling backwards. I don't know. But we shall find out. I hit my thumb with it. Don't be doing that. That hurts. Silly dupper. Why would you do that? Okay, so have we started? We've got the fan. No. No start. Go back to sidebar. I've got no sound either. Why? 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 Oh, they've probably turned it off. Sidebar, haven't they? Dickhead. Okay. Well, that means you've got time to listen to my sidebars. I done been playing. Ready? Sidebar swoop.
Sidebar swoop.
That's number one. Number two.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Number three.
Swoop that sidebar, feel the groove.
And number four.
Sidebar swoop, it's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
Anyone got a favorite? Anyone? No? You took today off work? Yeah. If only. You say that now while you've got a choice. When you don't have a choice anymore. Oh, we have noise. What's that? Hide current what? Oh, I clicked on it anyway. Why did I do that? All right, let's share.
Oh, great. Great.
Try 8 years. And not by choice. Oh. Why did that stop sharing? Why is that not sharing? That's bizarre.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Woo! Okie dokie. Let's go.
So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie,
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That'd be what the sidebar was. Sidebar.
Thank you.
Sidebar.
Sidebar swoop.
I have to play the whole song later.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look
Oh
at
my
it without
God.
I mean,
He
permission.
looks like a douche already.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant
Lowley?
Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, do you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully? It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the
my
last
God.
2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brannon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then
I bet it did.
I met with Mr. Brannon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brannon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He
Really?
indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the, what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Why
Correct.
who?
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Apeture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 123138
No.
to 123143 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data, so I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in.
So basically what they've established is that the original time that they came up with,
You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
John's phone was locked by his face or opened by his
I'll
face
see you
or
inside.
manually locked.
No, they can come in.
Had to be done. There was an activity that he had to perform that was done after the time that they alleged the collision occurred. then now they've amended it so that that time happens after that blocking event on the phone. Conveniently. Excuse me. Which I still don't understand because what did he say? 12, 28, 43 or 12? I forgot.
Are as you within the range of the accuracy of wood with better data, we use better data.
Timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report, you said brings it closer. Did I have your words correct?
Window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are as you indicated. Again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Now,
There's a
1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr.
12:31:43. All right. So 12:41:43. 12:31:43. 12:31:43. Come on, Shruti Goshi. Sidebar swoop. Oh. Sidebar swoop. Sidebar. You need me money.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. 12:32:48. All right. Yes, 12:32:16 is the 36 steps that John takes. And at 12:36:39 is when Karen connects to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows. So that allows 4 minutes. That's all I wanted to know. I have to get the timeline in my head.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience.
Where's
So
my
I have to
donut?
ask you
I want a
these
donut.
Questions, were you all able to
want a
follow the
donut.
instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met?
No,
last
they're
week?
big mad that
Everyone
he's
said
a
yes.
liar.
Were you
A
also
fraud.
able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
Are you
All
sure
right,
you've
Mr.
updated
Brennan.
it?
Thank
Whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics
and science
and principles of engineering.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags.
Are they?
The first.
Is there a lot of them? Like, do you want me to? Because I don't see them. I have no idea. I get to tick a box, and I generally just go with the average. So if they're too much, I'll drop them back. Easy, 2 seconds. Wrong one. How about we go for that? There you go. See if that makes a difference.
Seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture.
Let me know.
And so we're looking at how
with this one.
the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a
watch them ads.
biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago. 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things work. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
No, I don't think he's a liar or a moron. I think he's been his credibility is in jeopardy because of the bogus CV from his subordinate. Him alone, I don't see any issues at the moment. But if he's relying on someone whose credibility is completely shot to amend his data, then they may put more weight on it. Who knows?
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
But yes, I don't know. You can't. If she's a scientist, so she can't argue with physics, which is my whole point. with ARCA because they have the same qualifications. So you can't argue with science. It's you can't argue with gravity and physics, and you just can't. It is what it is.
So I actually very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so
She's been a student for a long
around
time.
1993,
Might be doing a doctorate.
I
or
went to the
something.
USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994,
Morning, miss.
I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was a action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
Did
And
you
what was
realize
that in and where was that from?
this company
So again, I was
too,
working.
that Burgess's main role is in insurance, and for the insurance company. So not to pay out the money to the insurance holder.
Working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December
Yes,
of
but they're clients, they're customers. You work where you work.
2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can you know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in
Utero?
biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on side swipe collision dynamics. What's side swipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind side swipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or side swipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to
He's a
the
numbers
papers that you've
guy. He
written,
hasn't studied
have
much
you
of the
continued through the
pedestrian
years
impacts
in actually
outside the car.
becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In
I
your
wonder if
research
people
and
folded
testing,
that.
you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Apeture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years, you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal,
How much have you been
Plaintiff.
paid?
defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Apeture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Apeture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or a broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable. or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you.
What was his first name again?
Mr. Reporter, I
Ju-
apologize
Ju-
for the lengthy list.
Slow? Judson?
So I have
Well,
police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
why would you
I
do
believe
that?
10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar,
The fuck?
Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses.
You-
I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses.
What the fuck for?
The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed. A Dateline interview with Miss Reed.
What the fuck for?
A
You're an
2020
accident
interview with Miss
reconstructionist.
Reed. Lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit, Boston, Crime Scene Service Section, Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section, Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers. use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that.
Specs, yep.
I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert AutoStats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the
see?
vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide.
I just went to use my vape as my mouse. One dipshit point for Jody. Good morning, sweetheart. Oh dear.
And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle.
There's the bumper.
And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Lessie, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. and you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's
Whole tail light
vehicle.
gone.
In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Two wet pussy.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at
Raining
the
out there,
vehicles
is
in
it?
the area?
Yeah.
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were
More
they
than
there
half.
when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see
I wanna know what that
one of the
measurement is.
marks, which is consistent
Looks
with
like
the contact.
2 meters to the
Mr. O'Keefe's
bumper.
vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51-second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag,
Hello.
fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file.
Oh, sorry.
A none file simply means that there's no data there.
There you go.
The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000
You be
pounds.
sitting on my shit and date
Mr.
stamp.
O'Keefe's only 216 pounds.
Yeah.
So it's
you
not
want
going to
to go?
register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you
you want
surprised that
some?
there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected.
Did you wipe your bum?
Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data.
Cool.
You can see the screens here. There's generally 2 types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the
You just got given the ass.
the protection system.
It's raining,
So-
so they're all wet.
I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Same thing. Took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that.
And did you find
There
any?
was no damage to that.
Right. So
Before you go forward,
Move on.
I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the text stream data.
The text stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The text stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new text stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Correct. So again, simply blue
Anyone
arrow
wants to
indicating
come up?
that I looked
Welcome.
down
Thanks,
behind
Cynthia.
all this stuff, took measurements of it,
why? Where's your what?
and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact. Again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So
Really?
again,
That's
looking
top
at
of the range.
the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some
Now-
manhole cover on the road, we
That's
have
all well and good. But nobody took the exact measurements of where the impact was or where John was found. So what's the fucking point?
the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition
I
to
actually-
going to,
I thought that I had given you one, and I was like, where's it? Where's the wrench gone? What the fuck? Where's it gone? That's why I was going, huh?
the scene and doing the digital mapping. You mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to
What's the
see
point?
the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was
General
when first
location.
responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream
Send it
download.
through.
So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software.
Aww.
What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's
Are you
report.
ready? Fuck.
It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Sustained, ask it to.
That
Waiting.
window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No, for example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
All right, you ready? Yay! You like that? Huh? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, what have I done? Yes. Aw. Yep. There she is. I realize that you can only see the top of my hat. Probably a good thing. She does a good job, doesn't she? All right. Delete the old one and get back to. Yeah. Take that off. Where is it? There. Put that back. And go. Gadget go.
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time.
Oh, I didn't update my eyes. Oh.
Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks.
If you want to,
That corresponded
Yeah,
to a
Discord.
GPS location that looked like it was
Oh.
outside the Waterfall Grill
chuck the link.
on Washington Street.
You can
So
our address.
additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here
There you go.
is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock. It has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You
Sustained.
shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
There you go.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you
And the
know where that
lens back.
information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess
Anyone would
found
like it?
the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone. Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at 0.154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll come over.
Ah, that's a shame.
It's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy. It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple. Like and subscribe.
All right, I'm gonna do one for John. Sorry, shade by swoop. Whoop. What did that say? I've reached the limit of 8. What? Don't know what that was on about, but how about this one?
I'm going to pause here and say, well, yes, you fucking rock. The defense rests.
She knows.
Let her rip like defense wrist.
And where is
Objection, dipshit.
objection, dipshit? Have you guys all seen the Drunkle compilation I put together when he turned up on Rob's Rob's stream blind? I'll put it on. We've got time, I think. I'll keep an eye out.
They said, hey, you have to open this via the secret method.
How the fuck are you supposed to know that?
Go. Chat. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so.
Oh my.
But yeah, secret passage in the thing.
Yuri Buchanan is a credible witness.
For fucking up their investigation. Like, and this is the point I've made on Twitter before. How was I supposed to know to open up the secret passage?
The ladies love some Alan Jackson. But they pay attention, they lock in. When frickin' Hank Brennan talks, just like the rest of us, what do we hear, Bibbs? We hear things such as, wah, 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 wah.
Secret passage.
I just love Rob's face. And the funniest bit was that Ian had no idea the faces he was pulling. And he wrapped up that stream pretty darn quick. It was hysterical. He'd got this award when he went to the because he was on our on our podcast, and he'd just gotten back from the gun show or something, like it's the biggest expo. And he'd won this most creators award or something like that, and they sent him his trophy that had, they said he would get like this silver coin with it, and he got the trophy and unpacked it and couldn't find the silver coin that went with it. So he rang them and asked them, and it was in the secret passage. No. So fuck, it was funny. It was so funny. He turned up like right at the end at the 5-hour mark, and blind spat because he'd been out at a birthday party. And Rob was just like winding up. He was doing the final super chats and stuff. And Ian's just come straight out with, so did you see this testimony? And started to go right to the whole thing. And Rob's going, yes, no, we did it late. It's really funny. Simi has seen it. Simi was on Miss Shorty's stream when that got played about 20 times. That's why I said fart some bum roll, but I'll happily play it again. That's fine. I'm just going to find it. Bum roll. I don't think Uda Hef's very impressed with it, though. The funniest thing was, you don't realise. Like, I thought, yeah, I can get away with it. One cheek sneak. With noise cancelling. With noise cancelling earphones. No worries. Oh, Pinterest. Here we go. Where's my did I save it as? Oh, it's not. I want videos, dickhead. Oh, I've got a funny one too here. This will make you laugh, Simi. I might have fallen asleep in the middle of a stream. Okay. Oh, oops, it's taking me to the wrong thing. Hang on, I have to pick it up from here. Yeah. Come on. Videos. The funniest thing was, though, that Teresia and Udahef were still there like an hour after the stream had ended, and I'm still I'm still there. Why did that? Come on, what are you doing, you stupid thing? This one. What's coming up with something? Oh. But they all stayed and waited. Oh, they were still there when I got back. When I woke up. Where is me? Where is it? I've lost it. I'm going to have to drag that down so I can see. Where the frig did I save it? I wonder if I saved it in Karen. I have no idea where I saved it, but it is on in my shorts. Hang on, I'll go in that way. If I can play that there, if I share this tab instead. There we go. Here it is. Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects? That was sound effect, but it wasn't a drum roll. Drum roll. Hang on, have I got the sound effects? That was that was sound effect, but it wasn't. Oops. Hang on, we're back. Oops.
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess, another time to answer your question. Then we have
the 12:12:36. What does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
That's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct.
Okay.
I cracked myself up. Oh my
So when the car
God.
turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times.
Have a listen to that.
We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval. That's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have a brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd asked you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after
Check out this site.
the
Cindy?
vehicle was turned on. So
Oh,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
have you ever played at the Memorial Music Hall opposite Luna Park? Oh, you're in America. Luna Brand, not Luna Park, Jody. Na, na, na. Sweet. You got an extra subscriber now. Yeah, that link is to my cousin. Let me see if I can play that short. Okay, back.
And I just go whichever way the wind blows. When the day is dead and done, and I just go whichever way the wind blows. When when the day is dead and done. And I just know that any way that I go, and I will reach the setting sun.
He wrote that himself. Have this instead. Sidebar. Whoop, whoop.
That sidebar, feel the groove.
It's my cousin. Yep. He's working on his second album at the moment, but he's hard because he's touring with Ross Wilson. Has been for the last couple of years, so yeah, he's a busy boy. He's in Perth at the moment. They've got some gig over there. Me either. Once you get over 50, you just never know what's going to happen. Danger, Will Robinson, danger! Oh, we're back. I might go and put the kettle on, I think. Come on. Oh. I got L. Oh, fuck. Really? Oh, you break now.
Dr. Welcher, thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Told ya. Back in 10. All right. Well, I am going to go and have a bathroom break. Put the kettle on. I'll let you listen to some music. Why? Because I can. Where is it? Can I listen to Karen Reid River Fever for a start? How's that? I like this one.
Wrong at school is how great Marsha is at this, or how wonderful Marsha did that.
Arca. Louisiana. Got some blues. Where did he go? Ross Wilson went over and took him over to the big recording studio. That way. Brain dead. 220, you know. What's Crowley? Where's that big place with his recording studio? I can't remember. My brain is gone. I need caffeine. All right, have a listen to a little bit of my family is from up north, so I go visit them. Okay. You can jump on whenever. Ooh.
There's a new pandemic in town, and it's taking creators down a rabbit hole of corruption in Massachusetts town. It strikes at the heart of bloggers, no matter podcaster or receiver. It can strike you like a Lexus. Then you've got Karen Red River fever. While all the symptoms are quite acute, and you'll ask things differently by far, you will utter what if anything, or you'll be screaming outside back. You'll swear she said I hit him 3 times, while making butt dials as well. No matter how hard you try to fight it, you just can't unring that bell. So once you finally say I'll allow it, like Auntie Bill the darn diva, you'll find yourself behind that buffer zone, 'cause you've got Karen Red River fever.
So my name is Sarah Boone, and I'm on file for my life. And my defense in this darn trial is that I'm just a battered wife. My boyfriend George and I would drink and end up in a fight, till a game of hide and seek caused massive changes overnight. You see, we had been drinking wine, and I was probably off my face. And my boyfriend thought it cool to put himself in a suitcase. When I zipped him up inside, he started calling out my name. So I recorded what he said, 'cause I thought he was so lame. I was so drunk that I passed out, woke up with a thumping head. And when I opened up the suitcase, I found my boyfriend who was dead. Now they've charged me with his murder, and I've been locked up in this jail. And my fate may be decided from my recordings of his wail. I claimed an accident, and in my statement I would say that the game of hide and seek is what we both wanted to play. And then I got some useless lawyers that were really effing dense, and they refused to change my claim to make it out of self-defense. So now I'm on my ninth attorney, and 5 long years has been a while, writing letters to the judge while I've been waiting for my trial. So when James Owen saw my ad, chose to help me save my life, he then put forward a new motion to claim defense for battered wife. So let's see who has the power. But I might stink during the trial if I don't get a doggone shower. I want my chippies and Pop-Tarts and a box of cookies too, and maybe add to that some water and some peppermint to chew.
So my name is Chloe Driver, but they call me Kaylani. And my baby's name is Hannah, but they labeled her Nancy. I am married to Benjamin, but I'm not the only one. There is Jessica and Sarah, and I don't think he is done.
He calls himself a prophet, and we must follow his lead. There is no meat and no dairy, and the only drug is weed. There's no alcohol allowed here, not even a glass of wine. And he thinks that it is healthy to drink a glass of his urine. He lets us talk about our feelings, but we must do what we're told. I was 16 when I met him, and he's really friggin' old. And us women, we must serve him, or he'll leave us in the cold. We must treat him as a prophet, like he's made of solid gold. And I tried to leave the family to teach my daughter a new life. He refused to let me take her, that's not behavior from a wife. He thinks the CII is watching, and he must protect his cash. I can't even buy some good cream to treat my baby's diaper rash. I feel trapped and I am stuck here, and I wish someone could see the mental anguish that I now feel. They all say I am crazy, I don't wanna be around him, but I'm also still his wife. The only way that I can leave here is if I took away my life. But poor Hannah would be subject to his weird and stupid views, and I don't want her to become another person he can use. So in my mind I have no option but to go and get a knife, and I'll take my baby with me to the blissful afterlife.
Oh, my name is Carrie. I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the bar. They think I hit you with my car, though I don't really know how, without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow. How you got there, I don't know. Brian Albertson's the place where we found your broken face. All the witnesses at trial claim their phones can all but dial. The McCabe say they're your friend, but the truth they surely bend. They will pull out all the stops, protecting all the crooked cops. And those cringy texts I sent to the agent that was banned were removed in single threads by machines owned by the feds. So Detective Brian's dreams were not disturbed by my shrill screams. Carrie Roberts testified, didn't fake it when she cried. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. It was February 22 when I last set eyes on you. Death is such a nasty thief of your life, Johnny O'Keefe. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. Oh, my name is
Hey there, glad you're here. Our four creators, voice is clear, ready to discuss with you things that criminals will do. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say. For our passion is true crime. So don't you take a little time to hit subscribe and ring that bell and smash that like, you might as well. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say. Each and every case and file, each and every court and trial. Listen to our voices true, each one with their point of view. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say. Each and every case we share is dedicated to our care, for chasing truth and honesty and keeping up
together. Oh yeah, true crime team. You better
Put
know.
some on.
After the facts and defense rest, let's go. Bringing justice, doing their best. Woo! Facts are flying, truths unfolding. Criminals shaking, their stories holding. Defense rest, got the legal might. Together they solve, justice they find. Woo! All rise, the truth's in the house. Y'all, bring it up, breaking it down. Hear that call? Facts and defense, a mighty blend. Oh yeah, justice ain't gonna bend. Yeah,
Would you like to do your breaking news?
Oh, you want me to do it? Oh, I don't have it on my computer. Do you want to put it up on my thingy?
Are you talking about the thing you sent me?
Oh, no, the YouTube thing. Sorry. Yes. Yes, that's it's important breaking news. Hang on. I'll go get it. I'll share the screen. I know where it is.
The one you sent me last
The
night.
important breaking news.
Okay.
Yes. That is important breaking news. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to change channel.
Everyone, this is Tanya. Or after the facts.
See, I haven't got brown eyes either. Look, see. Geez, my glasses are dirty. So I've got to change my colour too. Rightio. Now, where is this? This is in one of our playlists, isn't it? Oh, get up there. Playlists.
Yeah, I think you shared it as a playlist. You can add it as a media asset if you want.
There it is. Put it up there, and I'm just going to pause it. Whoop.
She's doing it now. I think she's
It's coming. Don't be so impatient. Go. Right, yeah, that looks good over there. So now, that's the one I want. Yes. Awesome. Now, I'm going to present. Here we go. Is everybody ready? Jodie, do the breaking news thing.
I can't. I haven't got a fart ready.
No, not that one.
Oh, hang on. I'll do a swoop.
No, the one that you had before. Breaking news and that news sound.
Okay.
Thank you. That one.
All right, go.
Okay. Here we go. There it is there. It's there.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objections overruled.
What? Remove other media from streams.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30?
I can't hear any audio, Jen.
Why can't you hear audio? Is that right?
I can hear you. Play again.
Oh, because output is through my microphone. So do I have to change that?
No, shouldn't do. Try again.
Oh, I know what it is. Hang on. I did this before. Remember when I shared screen and I picked the wrong
you shared
one?
it as a window and not as a video.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to share the screen.
Yeah, you just pick the different.
Yes, I picked the wrong one.
Yeah.
And it's not that one. Just select to tab to share over there. No. Off your screen. Why can't I see the other tab? Not a tab. It is. God, I hate that.
So
I've
did you
just
click on
opened
the
YouTube.
present or invite button?
I clicked on the present, but the thing is, I've
Yep.
got the YouTube app open, so it's not showing as another screen. Can I do it as a window? Share a tab or screen. So I forgot to click on
You should
this
bring
little
up
button
that.
here. I found it. I forgot to
The
click
top
the little
left.
button to say share the audio as well. Don't worry about me. I'm not that good at this. Okay,
Right.
let's go. We've found Chloe. This is live footage on the night.
I bit him, I bit him, I bit him. I bit him, I bit him, I bit him.
Oh shit, that was Proctor. Did you see?
Oh my God.
Sorry, guys.
Last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data.
You must be streaming.
I just turned it off. It's all right.
We've got echo. So
Yes, sorry. I'll just get all this off.
I can't believe you played that.
We can't, Brian. Proctor shot her, mate. We did have evidence. She swore on the Bible, though. I gave Jodie that evidence too.
Yes, I haven't.
No, Chloe bit him. It wasn't her saying I hit him. It was I bit him. They were all very deaf that night. It was the snow.
What? Just trying to find the best layout. Okay. And play.
Photograph and the text under the right.
I was too busy.
Am I not too loud tonight?
No.
You were explaining to us the time 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12.
What was that?
12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Leading.
12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between
Be careful what you wish
which
for.
clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what 0.154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the differences between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
Is that the dog next door to you, Jody?
You need to advance
No.
the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone
You're right,
is
Cindy.
ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds,
If he cannot put John's head and that taillight together, then game over.
can you then
Yeah, exactly.
compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn.
This is why you can't wind back.
So you
that
can see we
these
have
days.
this steering angle here.
But I've never done that.
Then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down. And you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0. Shift into reverse. Back up. And then start to turn the other direction.
Now, what I can't understand is, can you see my cursor on here? Hang on.
Yep.
Now you
We
can,
see
yeah.
that. You
See
can make
how
it bigger and pink or something. But anyway,
I can.
your cursor, of course you can. Your mouse cursor.
Uh,
Oh,
What,
hang
in-
on.
in settings.
Yeah.
Under
I'm just finding out Bluetooth and devices, and then go through to device, mouse, down to
Mouse.
mouse. And you've got your scroll direction down,
additional mouse
right,
settings.
Yeah, that's it. Oh no, mouse pointer and touch. So you got the size, so you can make it there. You can make it bigger, and you
Oh.
can make it a different color if you want.
Oh.
There you go.
Ah. Holy crap.
How big is it now? Did it grow?
That's what she said. Look at that.
as you're backing up.
Oh, it's showing
So
it on
again,
my
you want
screen,
the
but
rear
not
to go to the
yours.
right. You
Aw. I've got a pink mouse.
You might have to refresh your StreamYard isn't open or something, you know. We don't want to do that.
Hang on.
Start on the columns on the left.
Oh, there it is, it's pink.
Take us through the
That's it.
Very big though. Yeah. What I wanted to now I've gone past it. Hang on.
We can go back a little bit.
J. Come on. Oh. Where is it? Oh. Ah. No, I've lost it now.
Go back a little bit further.
No, it wasn't that far.
What were you looking for? When it was in first and reverse, or
when it just goes into reverse? Mm-hmm.
Back a little bit more,
No, it was. I'll wait till the next one.
See, because it's
from
in
your
reverse.
data, can you tell during that event how
I need it
far
right.
The Lexus traveled during that
Far
event?
right hand column.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more.
Hey? What?
Doesn't that make the wheels are spinning if you're not going anywhere?
That's what I wanted to put. There's a couple of figures I wanted to question.
But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved
about 10 meters,
83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
You can still see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed.
Can I compare this to
is
the last
13.67? Is that
3-point turn she did when she missed the
That's
turn
where
off?
the first data point is. Again, the trigger.
That'd be interesting. Well, didn't she do a 3-point turn when she missed the turn off, right, to go into Cedar Crescent?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. But they're talking about the timing of it is different because it's not between the cell phone and the car.
Oh, we know that. Yeah.
But
I don't get it.
I don't understand the significance of the 3-point turn, because how the fuck do you go 60 feet and get to 24 miles an hour on a 3-point fucking turn in 4 seconds? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
But what I'm saying
here
is that she did a 3-point turn when she missed the turn off to, what's the street name? Cedar, is it?
No, I think she did it when she left.
No, but she did another one earlier when she missed the turn off before they got there. And then, you know, that's the other dude, what's his name? The cute one in the wedding outfit. Nagel.
Oh.
When Ryan Nagel, they were going to turn left, right? So she was coming from the opposite direction because she'd missed the turn and gone straight ahead. And then John said, no, back there.
They were going head to head, and he let her into...
That's right, and then he let her turn right into Fairview.
Yes.
Oh, so that's right, they live on Fairview Crescent. This is Wattleview. When did she do a 3-point turn then? Is that the first 3-point turn?
I know.
When she didn't hit him, or did hit him? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's
all bullshit if you ask me.
Because they've just shown a flagpole and everything where she's doing this 3-point turn, but if it's the earlier one, then it wouldn't have been in front of the house.
I don't know.
I'm confused.
I don't give a fuck if she did a 3-point turn. Fuck me.
5 seconds before the trigger.
She did the 3-point turn, so she hit him.
Yes, apparently.
Yeah.
Able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration, the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just a process called...
Yeah, you need to explain that to me because I don't get that
what do you
at
mean?
all. No, Udahef. I don't know
how does it prove she did it?
Yeah.
It proves if she did it like
it proves she did
I'm still confused
turn.
about which 3-point turn they're talking about because she did one up in the other street. So, you know, and yes, Udahef here has learned that you don't fight with us in chats.
I don't think it was us he's talking about, Dylan.
No, I know.
He's put some really strong bits in there, and I don't buy the defense excuses for why you have to be more specific for me. Everything that we can examine points to her doing it.
How?
The defense claims we would have other evidence if only there wasn't a massive frame-up. No, if only
it's not a frame-up.
If only there was an investigation, they would have been able to find something.
Correct. I 100% agree with that. If they had have actually looked at other evidence, like, where's the blood? Where is the blood?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'd like to try and understand and in my brain how you get to where you're at. That's
exactly.
That's what I want to know. Because I I
Okay.
can't put A to B. You got to be more specific than that for me. I can't connect the dots. That makes sense.
Called integration. You integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration.
They haven't met their burden.
To
No,
get
not even
the
close.
speed data that takes into account the tire slippage.
My massive pointer turns into a massive pink finger when I click on the chat button. My bad.
And from
You're
there,
bad.
calculate the speed or to position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have zero brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
Nope, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43 is based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system.
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 123204 to 123212?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event.
Sorry?
And the information I was given that
He said he understood, and I said, well, that makes one of us.
123209. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 123204 and 123212, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a lunch break? Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
I'm still searching on how to. You. how to find.
What are you finding?
I've been trying to see if I can find the mouse so that you can see that it's bigger, because it's huge on my page, but it's not on that.
I think you've actually got to close StreamYard and reopen it.
It's not run through StreamYard. I've
You
been going
haven't
through the
made it.
system.
Oh, okay.
And I refreshed the page that I was on, but anywho.
After the fact, isn't a rent wench. I thought you already did that.
Yeah, I did.
Well, it's not showing.
I did.
It's chatted. I said I am chatting now, and it's not showing.
No, it's not. And that's why I said to before, I'm sure I wrenched Simi ages ago. And she wasn't. I had to re-wrench her today. So apparently sometimes YouTube knocks off your subscriber, like who you subscribe to, and bits and pieces. So it's probably a good chance just to check your status to make sure that you are still subscribed as well, because it will kick you off apparently.
Oh, will it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Who am I logged in as here?
And I will wrench you, wench. Where are you? So after the fact, Simi is Tanya's YouTube channel. Why can't I see you on my?
That's a good question. No, you're on my subscriptions list.
I can't see you in chat. In my
Oh, I think I know why.
I can't flick you over if I can't see you in my studio.
Oh, no, see, that's me in the studio. That's Tanya.
Ah, well, that's why I can't see you. You have to be logged in as after the facts for me to wrench it.
Oh, no, I might be. It's got after the facts up there that I'm
Yeah,
streaming
yeah.
it to.
Comment is on a guest destination. Only your guests can delete the comment or ban. Oh, you're a guest on here.
You see
Maybe if you.
again? Oh, bug off and come back in again.
Maybe. Now, let me see if I can refresh this first. I still can't see her. I no comprende. She says she doesn't know. Are you behind? I don't know how to do it. Probably because she's linked up here. Oh, she's streaming. Oh, you knob jockey. I think she's streaming it to her. Un momento, per favore. Did I put it in chat earlier? Oh. Are you streaming to your page?
I had to, otherwise I can't comment. Which I'll delete.
Really?
Yeah. I can't comment if I...
Oh, because you're not an admin.
See, if I was an admin, see, then I could stop the streaming to my page.
Yes. And I will change that. Because I had to swap it back. Long story, but yes. I had to swap it back for Steve, but he still hasn't answered it. So I have to go into... I have to open up another StreamYard and go back in. Hang on. And change the member. And remove that. And then add... Ouch. T. What is it? T Hill what?
But I'm T Hill 67.
Oh.
But it's after the facts YT. After the facts YT.
Your email address?
Hang on, I've got to mute this one. Thank you. It's after the facts YT at gmail.com.
Okay. There's no U in Gmail, Jody.
Not last time I looked.
No. Oh, excuse me. After the facts YT at gmail.com. Okay. Once you accept that, you can
that'll
run
come
the
via
channel.
email?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
Over here. No, that's the other mail.
So her link is if you type
I'll put it up in a sec.
Okay. Cool, yeah.
Okay, mail.
I should
I closed it.
Should play a game on Discord or something.
Thank you. Here we go. Yes, I shall accept that invite.
Did you get the Discord link, Timmy? I don't think I've had any new... No. Ouch. We could play Truth or Dare. You could play...
Oh, that sounds like fun. I could do that. Oh, I'm now part of the team.
Or you could even... How long does it take to set up a poker game?
Does everybody know how to play it?
How long have we got? Yeah, you'll probably get frustrated with everyone.
Okay, so I'm going to get out of this one.
So type something. Oh, she's gone. Oh, that's all right. We don't do a great deal on there. It was the thing to do, I thought, because everyone else is on it. But it's handy for like chatting pre and post trial shit. Now add something in chat and see if you're wrenched.
Okay.
But there's quite a bit you can do on there. I just don't know.
I heard that's interesting. I'm the defense risk now.
You just click the bottom of the chat and select your.
Yeah, I just found it.
All right, type again.
Right. Now I can type again. Yes. No, I'm
That should
there.
come up.
Hang on.
Right to the left of the chat box, you just select your name at the bottom where you type in the chat. Where you actually go to type your message in chat, the left-hand side will have a drop-down box. It'll be you or me. You just select you.
It's not letting me select me or you.
Oh, you're not linked on the stream. That's what. You're not streaming to you.
No, I turned it off. Oh, so I've got to be streaming to be able to.
Yes,
chat.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
I can do that again.
No, not to chat, but
No.
I don't know. I can make it private on yours. Like open the stream up and make it private. Seeing as we're halfway through.
Yeah, hang on.
And I can add the whole video later.
I would just hold.
All right, now you're in. So see on the left.
Ah, here we go. It's come in now.
It says all.
Got it. Now it's come up. Yep, got it.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Hello, everybody. It just hadn't come up yet. YouTube doesn't support comments on
So now they won't see it on your channel.
Make it an unlisted one. Yeah, I'll do that instead of private.
Why does it make?
Because unlisted is still public, I think.
No.
Let me see.
But
there we go.
It does count for. It allows YouTube to assess the content prior. Like if you scheduled it for ahead of time, if you put it on as unlisted, it allows YouTube to access it. Whether it's private, YouTube can't see it. So
yes, correct. So it's unlisted at the
but
moment.
the public can't see either one.
Correct. Yes.
So if you make it unlisted, you want to be able to post it later.
Correct.
But there's no point posting half of the video. So you can record it. You can actually, I think on the right-hand side, if you wanted to go.
I can.
In and record it.
And I can also download it later.
Yeah, you will go, once we've logged, like once the stream's ended, you've got the entire file in StreamYard.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Yeah, share it to your page. That's it.
All good. We can do that. But I'm still not a wrench.
Because okay, that's easy to fix.
So how do I do that? Okay.
I'm going to find you in chat.
Oh, there I am.
Why are you not in fucking chat?
I am. I said test. Oh, it went to my chat.
Yeah. Type it in all, maybe.
Ah, that could be it. Yes.
because it's got to be done in studio, and it's really easy.
But I come up as you.
Yeah, you do. No.
That's all right. If I want to chat, but that means I can't put the things up either. So I will have to be after the fact, and we just have to make me arrangements.
I'll a different way and do it.
Okay.
Should we listen to some music whilst we
Yes, we can do that.
what have I got? What didn't we listen to? After the fact.
Welcome to After the Facts.
Facts.
All the criminal acts. No truth will slip through the cracks. The jury will decide the facts. All the clues we will revise.
Oh, I've got a.
What?
Oh.
Now that you're after the facts.
The facts.
I found.
What?
I found a new thing to do. Apparently, I can in my StreamYard. Let me see if it works. I can actually click on a thing that says "take a break," and it will play my thingy. Let me see.
Your thingy.
Hang on. Oh, wrong one. I don't want to create a highlight. No, I want to have it. Press the wrong button. I hate that.
Somebody else has put something up about the dog. The truth about the dog. Mine's the truth about the dog.
Why are we like? Take a break. Right, 3 minutes. See what happens.
Okay.
You'll have to watch it on YouTube, I think.
Okay, it doesn't seem to be doing anything different.
No, you won't see it on StreamYard. You'll see it on my YouTube if you're watching it on YouTube.
I'm there too. It's muted, but I'm there. It's still the same.
Right.
Still got my word test up there.
It does. Let me refresh that.
Thanks, Bri. Thanks, Udahem. You won't copyright strike us now. Who was responsible for that copyright strike? I don't know. That could have been me.
We didn't have a strike.
No, we didn't really, but we just got cut off straight away. Bang.
No, we got
shut down.
Oh, yeah, but we got put in the naughty corner.
Yeah, we did.
Why isn't that?
Hey, look, it was only banned in something like 162 countries. It's all right.
Yeah, look, you live and learn.
You do.
End break. Let me start again. I'll refresh this because we've added you in there. That might bring you up. Oh dear. I should not have eaten that whole thing of brie last night.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm glad you're not coming around here in the morning.
Oh, Lord.
That's funny.
Have you got jumper leads by any chance?
Yeah, they're always in my car.
Do you reckon your car will jump mine or not?
Yeah. Just because it's a little car compared to your big monster thing, it doesn't mean it won't jumpstart it. It's got a brand new battery in it. Ricky had to bring it to me. So, stop working.
It's not doing anything. Ooh.
So that thing doesn't do anything?
It did when I tested it, but it's not now. I don't know why.
Oh.
I'm hungry. This is dinner time for me.
I had my leftover Kentucky Fried, my leftover Nando's. I love Nando's. Chicken ribs. Oh, God, they're good.
See, I'm fussy. If I'm going to get takeout, it's got to be something good. I won't play my song on my channel. Yeah, sweet. Send it.
No,
Put
he
the
said
link
go
in
to
chat.
his channel. Go to his channel and do it.
No, but he has to send me the link so I can play it on here. And he can do that because he's wrenched up, so.
Mm-hmm.
Need to put more music on, but alas, my recording equipment is shit. Yeah, me too. That's why I love Suno. We could make a Suno song.
We could do that. Oh, I did one yesterday, actually. And I put a video to it too as well.
Yeah, you need the video to be able to play it. Actually, I made a welcome to the family one too, just to try it out. Hang on, let me see.
So what I'm going to do.
Come on in, don't be shy, don't stop, we got a funky vibe, yeah, welcome all, it's a safe spot, where the truth and wine, share your thoughts, leave your worries behind, woo, defense, that's where you belong, click that like and groove along, hit subscribe, let the love flow free, join the family you're meant to be. Got mysteries, stories.
I didn't write the lyrics to this one. I just put in a couple of descriptors, and this is what it came up with.
A thrilling ride. We dig deep, ain't no secrets to hide. No judgment here, just an open crew. We're all about justice and the honest view. Yeah, defense, that's where you belong. Click that like and groove along. Hit subscribe, let the love flow free. Join the family you're meant to be. Ooh, yeah, got your back. Now we're all tight, sharing stories in the dead of night. Bring your thoughts, we'll hear them all. Together we rise, together we stand tall.
Yeah, it might be all right for like a generic intro or something, or I'll find something, some use for it. This is the full song of the sidebar that I clipped.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide, a clever impression where the secrets hide. A wink and a nod, oh, it's quite the vibe. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Should we make a Suno song?
Yeah, if you want to.
Slide on through, don't let it pass by. Ooh, hit that button, come on, don't be shy. A funky little groove, let the rhythm guide. Oh baby, show some love, like and subscribe. Oh, slide on through, don't let it pass by. Ooh, hit that button, come on, don't be shy.
Thanks, Simi.
Show some love, like and subscribe.
Just trying to
All right. Suno.
I was making something yesterday when I That could be it. I was making a video yesterday. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Right.
So what are we doing a song about?
Whatever you want. That's the whole point. So
Come on,
you just
guys, we need some input.
we could all put a like, well, we've got to think of a theme first. I might move that up there so I can see what I'm doing and see. Move. There we go. You're up there.
That's interesting. That's not working.
Well, I need to be able to see. Zifan!
See what?
I need to keep an eye on.
Oh, okay. Well, I can do that.
All right, cool. That'd be awesome. Just have it in the background to let me know it's back on again. All right. Okay, so we're in my account. So we'll do a custom. Why isn't it? Oh dear, I'm getting reverb now.
What are you doing?
All right, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was getting feedback from the Suno site.
Oh, were you? What were they saying?
It was me just on delay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Pain in the ass. Let me get rid of
You look
this.
so much prettier with your green eyes. You should use that one.
I haven't even looked at it yet, darling. Okay, so if I
It's interesting. Where is it? It's got all broken links there.
Why isn't it? Why isn't it working?
Did you log in?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did too. You got to go over to custom.
Yeah, it won't let me adjust any of it.
What, you can't click on custom at the top?
No. Nope.
That's weird.
Let me try again. Ow. You know.
Very weird.
Add the song. I did close the tabs behind me, so maybe that was it.
Maybe.
Create. Okay, now I'll move that over there so I can see it. And get back onto StreamYard so I can see exactly what I'm broadcasting. Okay. Now, yay! Oh.
What, so as soon as you put it on here, it's...
Okay, now I'm live. I can see it. All right.
Now we can see you moving there. Yep.
Okay, cool.
This is really weird.
What?
Well, yesterday I made a video on Canva, and it's not there.
It will automatically save it. You don't have to save
I
it.
know.
look in your projects.
I did. No, I think just the links are all broken because yeah, when I uploaded the files, I think they're all on my phone instead of here.
No, but if you linked,
I uploaded all this stuff.
You got Canva on your phone, it automatically transfers it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm. Interesting. Dun, dun, dun. I have no idea.
All right. So, theme. What do we fancy writing?
A theme. These damn cicadas are driving me nuts. Okay, cicadas.
All right. The cicada song.
The cicada song. Yay.
Song title. These
cicadas are driving me nuts.
Yep.
Interesting.
All right. Well, how about we do an auto then? Okay. So let's describe what we want the song to do. So we want the song to drown out the noise of annoying. So, how do you spell it? Cicadas. C-A-K.
C-I-C-A-D-A-S.
And
cicadas.
create.
No, C-I-C. You got an extra A in cicadas. The first A is incorrect.
Yeah. What do you do, glasses?
That's
so
it.
bad. And create what kind of song, Teresa? What do you want? Rock? Do you want funk? Do you want pop? Do you want hip hop? Do you want reggae? Do you want
Happy child's voice? Put in the style. Happy child's voice.
Create a happy rock song sung by a child.
Yes.
Sung by a child.
In the shower.
Yeah. That does that get 2 L's? I can't see. Child that will make Teresa smile. There you go. Now we want rock and let's create. See what that does. Ta-da! All right, you ready?
Let's go.
You hear that?
Yeah. We can hear it.
Yep.
Where's the lyrics? Or are you going to do music?
Did I click instrumental?
Yeah, I think you did.
No.
Yeah. See up the top there.
Instrumental there.
Oh, you got to click on auto for the lyrics.
I did.
I don't know. That sounds like it's no lyrics.
The fuck?
There's no lyrics.
That's instrumental there.
You would think so, right?
Ah. I think we try that again. More options. Oop. Nope. Right.
Yeah, because Canva did something weird to me today that could be why Canva's not.
No, this is sooner. This is online.
Oh, no, I'm just saying Canva, like it's doing something weird to me now. And I think it's because today it asked me on the phone when I was doing something to do something different. I might just have to.
I think that's what you have to do. That's all I've ever done. Let's try again. What's that remix button? Ooh. Oh, we still got the fan?
It says still, I don't know, I went to a different one. Live court is on lunch break.
That's
better.
I really want to make her smile, make her happy tonight. Tell the cicadas to shut up. Let's get the light just right. This is her favorite song, and we're gonna play tonight. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Tell the cicadas to shut up. Gotta make the vibes just right. This is her favorite part, and we're gonna play tonight. Tell the cicadas to shut up. Gotta make the vibes just right. This is her favorite part. Tell the cicadas to shut up. We have to get this just right. I really want to make her smile, make her happy tonight. Tell the cicadas to shut up. Let's get the light just right. This is her favorite song, and we're gonna play tonight. La 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 la. 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 Tell the cicadas to shut up. Gotta make the vibes just right. This is her favorite part, and we're gonna play it tonight. Tell the cicadas to shut up. Let's get the light just right. This is her favorite song, and we're gonna play it tonight. La 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 la. La 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 la.
that wasn't really inventive.
No, not really.
I've saved them. I'll send you the link. I think court's coming back. I got a notification.
It says it will resume at 1:45, so it's 2 minutes away. Yeah. Aha, I think I'm finding where I am. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, I made a song. I got the song there. So where's the bloody video I made with the songs there?
You've got to click under the video tab under uploads.
I made, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's where I am, yeah. And the song's there under audio.
Mm-hmm.
The video is 2 minutes long, but it's not there. Interesting. I'll just see if I can find the video in uploads.
I like this one. This is good. Oh, wrong one. This is funny. This is actually my computer guy. And I superimposed him over 34 Fairview. Now, where is... this one?
So you can bring in Massachusetts, cause we all ain't got no quit. And we all know that the truth is my car is not the thing John hit.
Another favourite? Got some great action.
Oh, I know why. I think I can find that.
Oh no, I didn't. But yeah, we'll you will have to make a song about it. Yes, all right. That's the next
make a song about what?
mods. Lunch break tomorrow. How's that? We'll write a song.
Oh, about us. Yeah, cool. Cool.
So start thinking of some lines, and we'll and not those kind of lines. Some
Jodie, you disappoint me.
Some vocals.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, where's the video? What did you say? So I've got the song.
Are you sure you uploaded it?
I'm just going into Canva on my phone now to see.
Where did you make
my
the song?
voice is so crooked. In Canva on my phone.
Yes. Yes. He's still a wrench wench. Can you actually put your own vocals?
Yes, you can.
On Cena?
Yeah, I think you can.
Well, I suppose at least we could make the lyrics, and then we could extract the lyrics and sing it ourselves. I'm up with that.
No, I think it's from my lovely darling granddaughter that I'm really snotty and croaky at the moment and got sore ears. Yeah, and I think it's her fault. Because she's always goes, she goes to childcare 4 days a week, so she's.
So, Simi, did she do it on a stream or on Discord? Like she did it on a live stream like I just did then? I made the song with the chat. I've got a sore throat again. The fuck?
Oh, well, you probably, when I see you tomorrow, you're probably going to get it anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's.
You mean today?
Yes.
It's like my right tonsil is.
Oh, my throat
Okay.
doesn't hurt at all. Mine doesn't hurt at all.
No, mine does.
It just
right tonsil hurting me, but I had my tonsils out.
Mine grew back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you want to go and grab the link, Simi, off Shorty's page, and you can post links in the chat now, and we can put it up on and play it. Whilst I put some toast on.
Yeah, I might do that too.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Back in a tick.
Okay, well, I can put up here the song that I made.
Add it to the music at the bottom. Under media assets, scroll right to the bottom and save it as music on StreamYard.
I gathered that. Oh, cool. I shall just find it. Uploads. No, it's not. It's under projects. Nope. No, it's definitely under uploads, and it's under audio. Oh gosh, see, I always use the app, and this is just so different, isn't it? Upload files. No, I've already done that. I want to go to the upload folder. That is not the upload folder. But I can. Yeah. Yes, files, data, and folders.
Only fan knows that they killed a man, an officer, a friend.
Sounds like the chicken song.
Innocent, is outraged.
Hopefully that doesn't offend anybody.
Only fan, the shit goes round and round. 34 on the lawn they found a man falling in the
Hey, good on ya.
and only the McColberts know. Only fan, the common way. Only fan, environmental health. Only fan, what the fuck is going on? Only fan, you've seen it all.
Oh, this is the intro. Yeah.
Only fan, so cranky. Meatball Morrissey. Disruption to corruption. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. Auntie Bev, we know your game. Ankie Brennan has no shame. The lies you thought were told is
We need the final.
corruption through the Commonwealth. Sidebar, sidebar, pull up, bitch. Sidebar, sidebar, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Who holds the truth, they hide the proof.
Must have saved it.
Remain aloof. Proctor with a sleight of hand. Outrage screams across the land.
Sidebar. Yeah, that's her actual stream where they made it. So Simi's got the link. There we go. Can you see that? No. Hang on. You hear that?
Yep.
Pulled out. Scream into silence. War in the courtroom. Verdict or violence. Your gavel tales and blasphemy. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently.
Rock out with your cock out.
Your game. Hanky Brennan has no shame. The lies you told in stealth. Corruption through the Commonwealth.
Corruption through the Commonwealth. Simmy, get up and sing it with us. Come on up the stage.
Sidebar, sidebar, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Who holds the truth? They hide the proof. Don't say a word, remain aloof. Proctor with the sleight of hand. Outrage screams across the land. Sidebar, sidebar, pull up bitch. Sidebar, sidebar,
Use
which is which?
new avatar for everyone.
Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Sally Port inversion, factual perversion. Rocks, glass, shard in the front yard. Gaslight bullshit. Lexus, Nexus. On your
Lexus Nick. This isn't making my post.
Sidebar bar, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Common sense, it ain't so common. Jury gonna use it, ain't no stopping. Make the right decision, get off the fence. Justice is supposed to be blind, not deaf. Free Karen Reed. Here we go again. Free Karen Reed. Let's fucking go.
Just remembered I changed my password on Apple the other day. No, that's not it. That's not it.
Let's fucking go.
And are you able to stop this when it's finished or not?
Stop what? The stream?
Yeah, no, the song. That's right, I'll wait.
Yeah. I can remove it.
Right. Done now.
This one's only for listening.
That was awesome.
There was.
She's got a heap of songs up there. We'll have to have a music off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lisa makes heaps of them. Stop screen and we'll share back with Karen Reed. There we go. Now I'll go and make my toast.
Okay.
Yeah, if you ever want to put anything on, Timmy, just drop the link in chat, darling. Ow. Just teabag the desk. You can tell our story at the pokies if you want.
The what?
when I won at the pokies that day? Remember?
No.
I did it with Righty.
Oh, yes, that's right, yes. Jody has this technique to make sure you win at the pokies because, like me, I'm not very well endowed here, you know, but Jody is very well endowed here, if you get what I mean. And we decided, well, we're nearly out of money here. And she said, it's time for Righty. I said, who the hell's Righty? So she wiggles over to the machine. She gets a boob up. She goes, bang! With her Righty. And she won a jackpot. It was so cool. Oh, we've got a fan. We've got a fan. We must be starting soon. Okay, so I just think I downloaded the song. God, I wish they were more like phones, these computers. I used to do IT for 20 years. And, you know, you forget more than ever. Just make sure I've got that muted. I have, which is very good. Now, I have downloaded that, I believe. And put that down. Go to my downloads folder. My court will resume shortly. Yes. I have my song that we can listen to when we're on a break. Come on, what are we doing? Oh. Scary skeleton. Okay, since court hasn't.
You did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out
on the ground. No, why would you see him? Okay. So yesterday when my granddaughter was here, we were at the back. We've got some beautiful big trees, which my fiance doesn't like at all, in our yard. And so the leaves in autumn are just absolutely beautiful. He doesn't think so. I was looking at the screen and it's that one there. Here we go. And we were playing in the leaves. And we were just having so much fun.
I know.
Okay. So, which I just listened. I haven't finished the video.
Tiny hands hold the world so tight. Near 2 years in, a beacon of light. Autumn whispers through golden leaves. Time runs faster than we believe. Falling rainbows under the trees. Laughter dances with the autumn breeze. Love and hugs for many a bound. In her eyes, the sun is found.
Well, court's back.
Red and gold paint the sky so near.
You can listen to the rest of it later. I wrote the words, but I obviously didn't write the music.
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change.
They do.
For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse.
My new one's due
And then
today.
I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse past its initial starting position and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then I'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the text stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-hand box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. That's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving?
That's so sad, Teresa.
Travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
My daughter's the one that's had the children.
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
You're busy,
Is
Sid.
that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time?
Yeah, Teresa, you can give him back.
Now, turning to your study of these text stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition
Awesome,
cycle
Elizabeth.
1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the text stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to
Okay, so we should listen to this a bit. It might prove
the
something.
type of
It may not,
triggering event,
but
the type of
you never
movement
know.
of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty what type of event the first triggering event was?
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering
Minutes and
certainty
5
as to
seconds.
the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the type of event to that second triggering event?
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear
Yeah, I think we are.
rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the.
Rock and roll, baby.
I'm not going to highlight it. So get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred
What did I miss?
with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Nothing.
And could you
Oh, except
share
us
with
talking
the
about the
jury your
grandkids.
opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure, it matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32
You're grandmassing me.
04 and
She got
12:32.
tons, heaps.
Why did I think
Sir,
you
I'm
had
going to
like
turn to a different part of
17.
this
early
case.
20s? Yeah.
At
I
some
zoomed in
point,
close, so I know she's not.
did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear tail
Fucking
light
hell.
separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay.
But it didn't
At some
trigger.
point, when you looked at the data and
A collision
analyzed
event.
this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear tail light?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or
I put all them up
evidence
before.
I'm aware of that
Oh.
you want to analyze to
I was just
include
acknowledging
or
it.
exclude as the cause of that
I
damage?
know. Yeah, it's
Sure.
so
So
sad.
my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence
Crashing into a car.
at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause or what damage it could cause.
I'm
and
hoping to
particularly
be
was it sufficient
soon.
to cause damage to the right rear tail light.
They got to get pregnant first, Joe.
When
I
you were
know.
asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any?
They're practicing a lot.
Other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data
Fucking
shows.
hell.
When you engaged in
How
whatever
old is
studies
he?
you undertook
Was
that
that
you
bad?
explained to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began and the steps you took, please.
Can you hear that okay?
Probably be best on the slides.
I can.
So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California.
That's better.
So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment.
Shannon Baby say it
Reed's
wasn't
on
the
the
same,
left.
exactly the same.
My exemplar's
Yeah.
on the right.
What?
It says
Shannon,
Reed Lexus.
he said the other day that it wasn't exactly the same make and model. But anyway, he's a dick. He didn't know.
I think he did his own.
No, he was talking about the Lexus exemplar that the company bought, Apeture bought.
Oh.
Mm.
Well, we'll find out in cross because Alessi won't miss that.
No, that's right.
TIS, that's Toyota Information Services.
And he doesn't
Toyota
know
Information
what
System.
he
So
testified
I ran
to.
it through.
Didn't.
Doesn't know his ass from his
GIS,
head,
which is
mate.
the umbrella
No,
program.
no. This
Extra
guy
runs.
shouldn't know what.
Oh, of course.
I
Yes,
also ran
yes.
it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
That's
Can you
what
explain to us what a
Daniel Wolf is
photogrammet-
trained in photometry.
Help me with the word.
Photometry. or something.
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry,
So
and
who can assess
photogrammetric analysis.
What
on
does
a
that mean?
photo.
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs
Yeah.
And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get
You can make me
exact
host now.
three-dimensional measurements
Oh,
out of
cool.
that two-dimensional image.
I put the
I had
I
the
started
video,
playing my song. Pause that for a second.
just to show the
I'm just
provided
very
video that
excited
it was
anyway
given.
until Jackson gets up there. Yeah, I did put the song. I'd only just started playing it when they actually came back.
Oh.
So and I was making the girls cry. I'm sorry.
Oh.
And that's how we got onto grandchildren.
Oh, okay.
Which my daughter's due to pop today.
Mm.
So and that's why Jodie said, "What happens if she has the baby? Well, we're getting our eyelashes done." I said, "Well, we'll be going to the hospital straight after we get our eyelashes done, won't we?" So I've just done that, and I've just downloaded the video, which I'm going to put together with it. But you got to promise me you'll take it out if we play that later. That's all, because Dad doesn't like putting images of the children on there. She does put them on Facebook, but on the stories, so they disappear after a certain period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we'll just take it off later. That's all right. If you just want, but the song
So
is
what you-
really good. I actually wrote the song myself, but I didn't do the music obviously because I know good at that bit. But yeah, it's the song.
What you've uploaded, is that just the audio or is that the video as well?
It's just the audio. I'll do the video before I go to make my food for you.
That you'll have to save it up higher under the
I get that add video clip, that one. Cool. How big can they be?
I'm not sure.
Well, we'll find out.
I've got 3-minute ones in there, so.
Oh, okay, cool.
So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm glad he said that.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305.
Touch my face.
Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. Spots right across from here and right across from here.
See, this is handy.
You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, or we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So these are both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this.
So you can recreate it. Mm-hmm.
We have the tire tracks.
Mm-hmm.
We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88.
And then baby, and then baby.
So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88. Showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet, and we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene.
So can we go around the back and have a look?
Allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there.
What he said.
And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks. Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was.
That's how you spell tire.
From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually And if you can't see,
I can.
so we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his.
Pardon?
The size limit for videos is 200 megabytes.
Oh. Just, you can share it as a video file, like when you present it.
Yeah, I'll have to. It's 204.
Or you can adjust
That's
the
okay.
adjust the resolution.
Vehicle. We then map that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level.
See, now have a look at that. See the red tail light there? That was damaged.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, right. But that's the one that's what got smashed. That bit there. That is not a flat surface. It's got a point right in the middle. It's it's on like a 45.
Mentioned how that bumper
45 degree. It comes out to a point and goes in.
On the other
What? You're frozen. Oh, that's a bad pause too. Sorry, Tan. Bad pause, bad pause. What you gonna do? Yeah, so the actual tail light isn't flat. So if that was to hit the back of his head, it would cause a depression fracture because of the point. You get me? It has to be a flat surface that he hit.
But it's the other side. Look at the car. Our driver's side is on the right-hand side.
Yeah. Same.
This dint is on the right-hand side. That's what I'm saying.
This is just an example of
is it?
Showing you the side of where the contact hit.
But wouldn't it have been on the other side of the car? On the driver's side? Or was it the passenger side on theirs that was?
No, it was the right rear.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Their driver's side is on the left.
Correct, as is on the right.
So, but the point I'm saying is that tail light isn't flat. So it still doesn't fit the injuries. It's not consistent.
or sticks out.
But wasn't it?
This is
Which
exactly
arm
where
was
you'd
it
expect it.
that had the?
Right.
So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper.
But his clothes weren't
Doesn't
torn.
make sense.
His clothes weren't torn.
But if his right arm went into the right side of the tail light, then his body would have been right behind the car.
yeah,
For it to
can't-
work.
The both of
But
them
their
could-
theory of them spinning off and doing a pirouette and flying off 60 feet,
even if he's
it had to be the other side. You know what I mean?
even if he's well, the main thing is that the blunt force trauma was what caused his death. I don't really give a shit about his arm. That could have happened afterwards, like when he was laying on the snow, and it could have been a fucking coyote or something trying to grab him. Who knows? But for his head to have that injury,
There had
and
to be blood and guts
depression-
there. Yeah.
no depression fracture, that would have had to have been a flat surface. That's what I'm saying. So his head could not have been what hit that tail light. That makes sense?
No, but they're not saying that, are they? They're saying his arm did, I thought, and it flung him off and did a pirouette 60 feet
And then
down
he
the
hit his
road.
head on the snow.
Yeah. With no gutters, no rocks, no nothing, you know.
Oh, there's no way he could have hit his arm without breaking a bone. No way.
Tail light.
Yeah.
I emphasize the word upper tail light because it is right in line with the lower tail light. But yet the
Yeah.
lower tail light also was not
Uh-huh.
broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it.
So is he saying that
So
it didn't break?
using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact.
And you can see the snow wasn't disturbed on that one.
I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion?
So he's
to a
saying that the
reasonable
tail
degree-
light didn't connect with the traverse and didn't break. Is that what he's saying now?
engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022.
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Hank Brennan did a whole goddamn thing on the color of that tail light broken coming out of that driveway. And now he's changing it? What the fuck? This guy did his report when? In January? Yes, and there is a video missing because DeChico saw it and put it in a report of Kerry, Jen, and Karen inspecting that tail light. So, what the actual?
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were three.
Yeah, the video disappeared because what happened was Proctor got the access to the Ring camera through John's mobile phone on his app, but he had to show someone else, had to review the footage as well, and he gave it to DeChico to watch first. DeChico did a report, and it had that information in his report. And then when he handed it back to Proctor, Proctor's report had nothing to say about that video, and it was gone.
Areas of study, and we've been through two.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your third area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and
Right,
reached
now,
conclusions,
I'll bet you anything. He's going to now say that it was John's elbow that connected to it, that taillight, and
did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the third section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically,
now, if he bullshits here, I'll fucking know.
you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow. Elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr.
Now have a look at
O'Keefe,
have a look at that right hand bruise. How much darker does that look there than the one that they've previously showed? He's got a catheter in. Yes, Brennan did this whole big show and dance about this, and he knew this information.
Like, I don't get why he's. I don't get it. I don't. That bruise was not that color. I have pictures, many pictures of it, and I've zoomed it in so that you can see the 2 puncture wounds.
Arm, forearm, as well as his hand.
Oh, now look how different that looks.
So this is me.
How much wider was that?
I'm actually.
Hang on, I got to clip that and compare it. Hang on, that's fucked. Well, they're even wider than that one. Oops. I want the last photo. Come on. Ah. I'm too far. That's the first one. Let me just clip that for a sec. Excuse me. Something smells. Something smells. T. No, okay. Come on, Jodie, where is it? New folder. John. Okay. So when
Arm is from shoulder.
next one. Even that looks darker. Look at that. Completely different.
His hand. In the upper right is the coroner. So injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand.
Ah! Too slow, and the captions are in the way.
So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand.
And stop. Ah, you fucker. Why
So
don't you stop?
this is me. I'm actually arm, forearm, as well as his hand.
Okay. Got it. Capture. Right, that's a better angle because I can compare them side by side then. Okay, don't mind me. Carry on.
So this is me.
Oh, who are you?
I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill, found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up.
Well, I
So the
would
first
roll
set of
up the
slides, I'm
sleeve.
simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry.
So it'll
And then
transfer
I
across
have
where it
backed
touches.
up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yeah, but you've just
Dr.
stood
Welcher, can I
there.
ask
No,
you
no,
a
no. You
question?
just
When you-
stood there and got paint transfer. That's fine. No fucking broken bones. Not one. Not even in the back of your hand. Nah. 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 Not violent. Sorry. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. What a crock. I'll just there is no fucking way that that happened without a break of something.
You're engaging in these demonstrations. Are you attempting to try to show exactly how
Yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No, so we don't know exactly how he was struck, and pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example,
gravity.
if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the text stream data, we don't know exactly when in the text stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having
Hang on. That is the two comparisons. They are completely different. Like, if he's such a good fucking photographer, why are they, is that bottom one blurred so much and made to look deeper and darker? Like, even that one right towards his wrist looks like one big chunk instead of the 3 or 4 lines. If he can do all that with all of his tech data and, you know, map out shit, surely fuck, he can clean up a photo.
An exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may.
You're fucking shitting me.
So slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, you know, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
And if it can do all that, the force would absolutely break your bone at 24 miles per hour. I agree with the physics of it, where he does get from the, if it's hit from the side, that would cause a rotation in his because it knocks his center of gravity off, and it would cause him to spin. But it would do way, way, way more damage to his arm than that. And if he's also spinning, he could be rolling. And if he's spinning, that then reduces the actual force for the impact of the head trauma. That means he would have to have miraculously landed flat on his back not on his side, not on any angle, flat on his back to hit that ground to create that laceration. It would have been a flat impact. And the likelihood of that is what? It's actually a I'll see if I can find this video.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no.
Really? Of course he was.
Speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that
It was
walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary.
Okay.
Could you go back to the beginning when
Well,
you
as a
explained this
paint
so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
Now see his shoulder hit.
What speed is the car
The shoulder
traveling?
hit at the top.
You can
He would have a
see it.
massive bruise there and a clavicle break for sure. And that's only at 2.
About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lassie.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm.
Yeah, and where's your
Here's the
shoulder?
paint transfer pattern.
To do that properly, he needs to paint that entire back whole panel to see where the body contacts that back quarter, because his shoulder hit harder than the arm.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now, that was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection is speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
The purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the
That point
locations of
there would have
at least the
snapped.
one remaining shard in the rear tail light of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo? You walked to.
I want you to watch where his shoulder hits.
Yes.
Bang. See? Shoulder.
Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to, or they were thrown and used this way when, okay, no, that's a function of where
he needs
more
to
rotate, where I like, here's a picture of Miss
not just paint there.
Reed's
Put it
vehicle
all the way.
on the right-hand side.
See which parts of the body actually make contact.
So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. That's
Yeah.
me showing.
Now watch from the side.
I'm doing test 2.
See? Shoulder.
This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed.
shoulder hits
You see
harder
it's only
than the
about a
rest of
2
it.
mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate
Yep.
and take a step.
And why would he have his sleeve up like that? Now they're trying to account for why the shirt wasn't torn. And shoulder. Fuck. Nah. Not without a bruise or a break. Sorry.
Middle,
Yes.
like back where the doors are.
With the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar
go too
damage?
far.
As far as any similar scuffs?
When it's, I believe, in the south to the
Sorry.
Mr.
Right.
O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. 118.
No.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up
No fucking
the
way.
approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip.
If he was a girl, maybe.
So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the
I'm going to take a clip so I can zoom that in. Because I can't see what he's...
two yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Leading. Fuck me.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are,
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
there
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
And he had no
Just
injuries.
showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee.
It was a
He's got
circular.
laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing
Are
on the
you
back of the Lexus.
fucking for real?
Sustain.
Are you for real?
How?
Oh fuck! I pressed the wrong thing. He's saying that he.
It-
Oh my god! At 24 miles per hour, John sustained a 1 centimeter laceration to his right eyebrow by getting hit by a fucking fender on a car. That's it. That's it. I have no fucking words.
It was about
That laceration on the outside of his right knee, it actually looked like a cigarette burn. It is like a centimeter in diameter, like it's a circle. It looks like a scab. There's no bruising. There's nothing around it. And that didn't cause fucking scrapes down the fucking side of a car.
It's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trust me, I'll give credit where credit's due. I'm not trying to make it have a go at
Did
him.
you notice anything about
I'm a
Mr.
Karen
O'Keefe's
supporter
right
at all.
knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
1/2 centimeter abrasion. 1/2 centimeter. 1/2 centimeter. Is it just me? 1/2 centimeter. Getting hit by a car. Sorry. You've lost me now, mate. I was prepared to. That's just fucked.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative?
Why didn't
to the
they
height of
reverse
your
into
knee?
him at 24 miles an hour and observe his injuries? That would have been nice. What about a crash test dummy? Just saying.
So my knee is approximately right here.
Why couldn't they do that?
This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Surely crash reconstruction experts have access to crash test dummies. Yeah, they could have recreated the whole thing. Yeah, if he fell over though, like what he's saying is it's a side swipe, all right, side collision, which would have turned him, as they said, into rotation. Every rotation then reduces the speed, and then that therefore reduces the amount of force that skull will hit the ground at. And it also reduces the probability of it hitting flat at the back.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm
I'd like to hear this.
regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence.
Oh, no, really? You're not going to fucking...
Red plastic, clear plastic.
And how would you know that? No one fucking took
His point of
any
rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the
measurement.
roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
The afternoon.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
29th?
So January 29th at 5:46 p.m.
Yeah,
This one's
5:46
at
p.m.
5:52.
Nearly 12 hours. 12 hours.
One's at 5:50,
Actual,
5:59.
I looked this up. The CERT protocol in Massachusetts is between 1 to 2 hours. The only reason they didn't attend earlier than that is because they had to wait for the green light from Tully. Why would you wait 12 hours? Why do you need a green light? These guys are CERT team. That's their job. Rain, hail, shine, blizzard, no matter what. And double, triple that if it's a police officer with a budget that is bottomless. And that 12 hours, who actually went over that crime scene and started looking for shit? Anything. No crime scene investigators were called. None. Not one. Why? Time. Opportunity. They had to wait for that car to be back in the Sally Port to get the taillight fragments.
This one down here is at 5:46.
No one measured
So there were various
any of
fragments
these.
of the tail.
If you look at how many trials have you watched, right? Every bullet casing, what has it got beside it? A ruler, a marker, something to identify exactly where it was found. It is standard procedure, and there is nothing. Yes, there is obviously an impact zone. I get it. You know, you're going to have debris in an impact zone, but there is nothing that they can actually say that was in that position or found in that exact position, you know, like, oh, it makes me mad.
Like,
So
never
mad.
ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
No, I don't think there's any intent to it.
So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, you know, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat.
You know, I used to say, he could have, Karen could have left, fucked off. He could have come out, stumbled out into the snow, got to the road, looked up and go, oh, fuck, where is she? Gone to go back inside, tripped and fucking fell and hit his head. It's as simple as that. It could have happened that easily. Because remember, his blood alcohol content was 0.21. 0.21. Now you Google the impairments on a 220 pound, 6'2" male with the BAC of 0.21.
Acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was
Do your
also
research,
found
peoples.
in the snow. You can
That's
see.
not 3 liters of blood either.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was.
I look some more because the experts of the CERT team, you know, the people that
There was
search
also
for evidence,
red liquid
find it.
identified.
Red liquid.
They indicated to be blood in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
On the 3rd of February, there was blood in the snow on the 3rd of February. Where were their solo cups then? Really?
I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part.
Did anyone take any samples of that?
You don't need to come to SACPA, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it
And
was.
it's on the top of the snow.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February
4 days
3rd?
later.
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
System.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Wouldn't you want to be a little bit more accurate?
Then we have photos of a broken glass.
When were they taken?
Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
3 liters of blood, people. That's what he lost.
Continue, please.
From that
This, by the
headwind.
way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts?
Mm-hmm.
So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries.
Was that in
So
reverse?
head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy.
Yeah,
The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's.
So if you have a look at that, see that bottom bit. Oh, hang on, I'll move the chat off. Okay, I'm going to move that whole thing off so that you can see the whole thing. Hang on. There's the overlay. There. Okay, so this is obviously the front. This is the back. All right. So this green stuff, this is the impact zone. That's the laceration right there. Okay. That was, I think, 2.5 centimeters. And the green lines are the radiating fractures that came directly from that impact zone all the way and broke the top here of his the occipital roof of his eye. That bone up here. All the way from the back to the front. That's how hard his head hit. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but when Brennan did his initial assessment with Irene Scotty Bello of the actual the notes that she took, he redacted all of this. He provided clean slides with no, and same goes with the all the injuries he sustained. The only thing that it had on that sheet that had the drawing, his standard drawing of front and back, was his name and his ID number.
Autopsy report, the lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull.
Oh.
So
now that's one we haven't seen before. Sorry.
Right diagram.
I want to. I missed it.
Yeah, let's take that slide.
See where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower, that scientific literature.
Okay, if you can continue.
I think that means don't pay any attention to it.
Yeah.
Take it out.
They're having a go at him for putting that.
Or biomechanical and forensics from.
Okay, it's coming up.
Mr. O'Keefe's.
Wait for it.
Autopsy report, the lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull.
There. Okay. Right. They are new. They have not been released. Sorry, I'm just clicking it. So I actually want to get a close-up of that rear. See, it's not that wide. It's really not. And oops. Hello, baby. Hello, darling. And on there. Thank you. Come again. I don't see any shoulder bruising whatsoever. Nothing. Now, this must be an autopsy because he's got no collar, got no, what do you call it? No ET tubing, nothing. Sorry. I've got it here. I'm taking, why is it? Why is it doing that? Stop. Is it actually saving them? Keeps just going back to the same thing. Hang on. I want to make sure they've been. No. Fuck. Why does it do that? Why? One. Save. Thank you. Save. Thank you. Yes, this must have definitely been an autopsy. That's right. All right, that'll do.
So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike. I'm going to strike. Strike. Yes, yes. So that was slide 131.
You
No,
can't
that was
diagnose that.
Because you said to take it off the screen.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go past it.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
That wasn't fractured.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
I don't understand that at all. And he needs to explain then also the amount. Actually, I'm going to Google it myself. Fuck it. That's bullshit. Because I know that there is a the skull is quite a tough bone to break. In fact, it's, if I remember when I looked it up, the amount of the amount of pounds per something or other. I can't remember what it was measured in, but it the polycarbonate material of the tail light broke at a lesser force than the skull. Force required to fracture a human skull. Don't wait to be told. You need palm olive gold. Okay. Skull fracture. How much force does it take to fracture a human skull? That'd be it. No, thank you. I don't want to see someone from Berlin. All right, so we're looking at the base of the skull, the occipital bone, science behind skull fractures. Fuck off. 3 different types: linear, depressed, or basilar type. All right, so the linear, oh my God. This is a break in the skull bone that looks like a thin line. It doesn't move much. Now, Dr. Wolf said there was no depressed skull fracture. So basically, the type is at the skull's base and is often from a big hit and can cause blood to come out behind the eardrum. Mechanisms causing fracture: blunt force trauma. The big reason for linear fractures, and it comes from things like falling, car crashes, or being hit. All right, so we're going to go with the linear fracture from a blunt force trauma for this exercise. Understanding the force threshold estimates for skull fracture is key in involving looking at the fracture mechanics and cranial injury criteria. Things like the impact angle and the force spread matter a lot. Hang on. We're back.
Yes. Right.
They're doing this in open court.
Yes. Absolutely.
No talking, court still in session.
We're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, so let's do this. And I'm going to now use a few minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to you.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
So is that because Alessi wants something on the record to refer back to, or what was that? What was that in aid of? I don't understand.
I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
Because open court means the jury's still there, yeah?
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
triple M, we do not have
Thank you.
Yep.
that. 124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel? Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it
we
right now.
can- We can bring the jurors back.
Oh, so it's outside the presence of the jury.
Now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
Hmm. All right, I'll keep that in the background whilst I'm. Okay. $4,000 nanometers. No. How much force to fracture a skull? Newtons. Okay. Figure out how much force it takes to break a human skull. We look at impact strength, biomechanical forces, and head injury thresholds. Studies show that force between 1,000 and 1,500 newtons can break an adult skull under certain conditions. The force needed to change can change based on where the impact hits and how it hits. Right. Falls from a height. You know what? This Okay. Mm. Fracture generated from impact site all the way to the occipital roof. Okay. How much force would it take to fracture a human skull with the impact zone at the base of the skull slightly to the right and created a linear abrasion of approximately 2.5 centimeters with no depression fracture? The fracture generated from the impact site went all the way to the occipital roof. Let's see. Linear skull fracture, 3.5 to 4 nanometers for adults, based on an impact from a flat, rigid object. No depression fracture and presence of linear abrasion suggests the force may have been spread over a wider area. Yep. With high enough energy to cause a fracture extending to the occipital roof. Occipital bone is thicker and more resistant than the frontal or parietal bones, needing more energy to fracture, often around 4.5 nanometers or more. For more specific description, linear abrasion of 2.5 centimeter with no depressed fracture that would likely result from a blunt impact delivering approximately 4 to 5 nanometers of force, possibly from a fall on a hard object or being struck with a broad solid item. Would you like references from forensic studies? Yes. Yes, I would. Sorry, we're back. Jury's just come back in.
Me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
So we skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there were studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And Immerse, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Let's see.
I did.
How much they say.
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, was just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface.
Yeah.
To look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards.
Let's see if he
and hit your
says more
head
than
onto a hard
4.5
surface.
nanometers.
So
No.
on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line. in the area, you can't see that at all. You can see, noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought.
In other words, a graze.
That was the one I used in my testing.
A little
May I put
graze above
on
it.
And demonstrate something.
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't.
Okay, so I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is a crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself.
What diameter
They're
is
giving me
your
similar
head
instructions,
circumference?
telling them what we're going to do. Sit and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you will get extremely high.
Now, did you notice that was a straight fall backwards? Straight, not spinning, straight. Now, have a look at this. That is what he's talking about. So that is the linear abrasion, the linear linear abrasion at the base of 2.5 centimeter, and then that red above it, like the grays, that's what he's talking about with the abrasion. Okay, just so that we're all on the same page here. Now, how do I get back to share it on this page? Start again from the start. It's got to be an easier way to do this. You can't do a comparative test with like that with a straight back fall. It's either one or the other. You can't have both. And why didn't they use a crash test dummy and reverse into it 24 miles an hour? Why? Because they couldn't get to 24 miles an hour in reverse. That's why.
Loads on the head.
What did it measure? Okay. Scalp, weight, velocity, fracture. Single linear fractures, number 1. Energy in pounds. That looks like a really, really, really old chart. Have a look at it. It's still in inches and hand typed and photographed. I'd like to know where they referenced that from, just quietly. Energy in pounds. All right.
If you compare that to data in the sign.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at
one of the first studies.
Head fracture or skull fracture tolerances.
Yeah.
So what you see,
What year?
the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput boner. So that bone, if you put your hand in the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts.
Occipital.
And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So
Weight in
Mr.
pounds
O'Keefe, again,
of
is
a skull.
73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
So what's 40 inches converted to feet?
Thank you, Dr. Welcher. Regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29th, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of
What about the
taillight
head
fragments,
injury?
glass
Head
fragments,
injury.
red color in the snow.
Head injury.
We have the cell phone data,
The most
the
important bit.
location and position
The
of the
impact.
arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my
3
testing
feet 4
of
inches.
forces available
What is that?
falling onto a hard surface.
So how did that equate back to that? So you're saying that he only fell 3 foot 4 inches. Is that right? Is that what that means? That the skull only fell 3 feet 4 inches before impact? Is it? I can't remember what. Let me go back to the chart because it's not making any sense. So 40 inches is equal to, all right, so he said 40 inches is the distance dropped, which is 3 feet 4 inches. So that's, he's saying that you can get that type of fracture from a head dropping 3 feet 4 inches. Because that's the, can you see my thing? That's the distance dropped there. And that's what he was referring to, that 3 there, which is the starlight fracture. Velocity of impact, 14.7 feet per second. That, see how the, you can just have a look at the typing. the font doesn't even match up. Like, there's missing 0 there. The 5 is so close to that. The 400 is smaller. And how is it that something that is dropped from the same distance but weighs more has the same velocity? Exactly. Yet a lesser weight this has got scalp thickness. How do they know how thick his scalp was? Have they measured that? It's I'm sorry. Not, it's.
You get a fracture that goes out like a star.
Mm-hmm.
So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So
14
Mr.
right.
O'Keefe, again,
Can
is
someone look up
73 inches tall.
Convert 14.7 feet per second into, what did we say before? The nanometers? Mm-hmm. Oh, no, it's a, sorry. Wrong one. Wrong one. Okay. All right. Now I asked it to general findings from forensic literature. Oh, hang on. I'll share my screen. Sorry. Fracturing the human skull, especially at the base of the skull, requires considerable force, but the exact amount varies depending on multiple factors, including the location, but in my case, the base of the skull slightly to the right, which is what I put in, the type of impact, which is blunt, direction and duration, age and bone density, surface and shape. Okay. General findings from forensic literature. Base of skull fractures usually require higher forces compared to other parts of the cranium. Threshold force for a linear skull fracture is roughly 3.5 to 4 kilonewtons. So we want to convert feet per second to kilonewtons to compare. All right. Compare 14.7, was it? Feet per second. Feet per second. No, convert 14. Convert 14.7 feet per second into kilonewtons. Kilonewtons. Whoa. Okay, so it's velocity versus force. It's different. You can use the formula derived from Newton's second law or impact mechanics. I was good at algebra. Okay, so let's assume a mass of 70 kilos. Average human head and upper torso. 14.7 feet per second equals 4.48 meters per second. Impact time, yeah, result. Under those assumptions, an object moving at 14.7 feet per second impacting at seconds would generate about 62.7 kilograms of force. If you provide the mass involved, the impact time, I can calculate a more accurate value for you. How about I just ask if that's enough too? Would that be enough? Would that be enough? Force to create a 2.5 centimeter linear abrasion with fractures extending from impact zone to base of skull all the way to occipital roof. Yes, a force of approximately 62.7 kilonewtons as estimated from a 14.7 feet per second impact by a 70 kilo object. Oh. I don't know, 70 kilos is the linear abrasion suggests tangential force or shearing motion at impact combined with a high energy transfer. The scenario is consistent with a linear fracture without depression extending across the object. For causing this type of injury to scale, even if the impact mass was lower or the duration slightly longer, it would likely still cause significant cranial injury, especially if the energy was focused at the skull base. I asked it to look for detailed studies and findings related to similar skull fractures and the forces required to cause such injuries. The study provides an in-depth analysis of mechanical properties of human cranial bones, including the occipital bone. It discusses the structural composition and fracture thresholds of different skull regions. Forensic biomechanics of cranial fractures, analysis and case studies. This paper examines various types of cranial fractures resulting from blunt force trauma, including linear and depressed fractures. It provides case studies and biomechanical analysis relevant to forensic investigations. That sounds like the one we want. How do I? There we go. Nothing like learning on the fly, hey? You know why women are so bad at maths, don't you? Because they keep getting told 6 inches is that much. Okay, this is the Journal of Forensic Biomechanics. Zoom, 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 zoom. Okay. Forensic biomechanics, can you read that? Is a specialized field that applies principles of mechanical engineering and biology to understand injuries and trauma, particularly in legal contexts. Yes, yes, yes. Understanding cranial fractures. Cranial fractures occur when an external force exceeds the capacity of the skull to absorb or distribute that force. The skull comprised of rigid bony structures, however, in cases of severe trauma, it can fracture. They can be categorized linear fractures. These are straight, non-displaced fractures that typically occur due to a direct impact. They're often seen in cases of blunt force trauma and can provide clues about the direction and point of impact. We don't want depressed. We don't want what's characterized by the skull breaking into multiple fragments. No, basal fractures. Yes. These occur at the base of the skull and are typically associated with significant trauma. They can be challenging to diagnose, but are fundamental for understanding the extent of injury and potential complications. So I think it's a basal fracture, but it's also a linear abrasion. Oh, no, see, I've got it wrong. Linear fractures are just a fracture, not, I'm thinking about the skin injury. Okay. It's a basal fracture at the base of the skull that's caused a linear abrasion to the skin. In forensic biomechanics, analyzing cranial fractures involves reconstructing the forces that caused the injury. This process typically includes force estimation, properties of cranial bones and the energy absorption capabilities of the skull, techniques such as finite element analysis. I'm going to write that down because I want to see if that gets asked. Finite element analysis. And that is needed to simulate impact scenarios and estimate the forces involved. That sounds like we're on the right path. Okay. Impact dynamics. Studying the dynamics of the impact, including the direction, velocity, and area of contact. This can be done by experimental setups with crash test dummies. Yep. Pattern analysis. Examining the patterns of fractures and their relation to the trauma. For instance, concentric and radial fracture patterns can indicate the nature and location of the impact. Comparative analysis. Radial. So it does have radiating fractures from impact zone through to occipital roof. Okay. Comparing the injuries to known cases. Case studies in forensic biomechanics. The impact of fall. A case involving a fall from a significant height demonstrated how linear and could result from the impact. By analysing the fracture patterns and estimating the fall height, forensic experts were able to reconstruct the fall scenario and determine the severity of the injuries. Assault and blunt force trauma. In cases of assault where blunt force trauma was suspected, forensic biomechanics analysis revealed the impact dynamics that led to depressed. No, we don't want that one. Vehicular accidents. Analysis of cranial injuries in vehicle accidents often involves understanding the forces generated during collisions. By using crash test data and biomechanical simulations, see what forensic experts can estimate the impact forces and assess the likelihood of survival based on the injury patterns observed. Oh, that's it. Come on. Give me more than that, for fuck's sake. Have a look at that one then. Oops, sorry. Dropped you off. Share screen. Fracture mechanics, properties of human. Present study aims to characterize the fracture properties of human cranial bone within the linear elastic fracture mechanics framework. Oh my God. Embalms human 2 female and 3 male cortical Cranial bone samples were harvested from the frontal, left and right parietal bones. Okay. I don't think that's... The skull cranium is comprised of 8 different bones, which the parietal bone is the most frequently fractured, followed by the temporal, occipital, and frontal. Structurally, it is essentially a plate with a 3-layered sandwich, cross-section, 2 hard and dense thin layers, or compact bone enclosed an inner core of spongy. Okay. The thickness of each layer varies with the overall thickness of the skull. Yeah. Nonetheless, there is a dearth of data regarding fracture mechanics properties of the human cranial bone, factors, toughness, and strain energy release rate. Yes, just get to the point. Tell me. There's too many big words in here. Due to the transverse anisotropy of the bone orientation of the crack with respect to the osteon. Yeah, no. Elastic plastic fracture mechanics theory. The study intends to characterize the fracture properties of human cranial bone within linear. The main goal is to determine the fracture toughness of human frontal and no, okay. No. Wrong. Structural response of the human head to a vertex impact. Development of skull fracture criteria based on real world. All right, let's have a look at that one. Hang on, I'll bring you back up. It drops you straight off as soon as I... What am I on? That one. All right. Objective of the study was to enhance an existing head model with composite modeling and a new the response of the state-of-the-art. 15 experiments and 70 real-world head trauma cases were combined to derive skull fracture injury risk curves. Okay. So for the analysis, you need the mechanical parameters, meaning the force, and the head kinematic-based parameter, so the head injury criteria, and skull fracture correlate. So you have to combine, obviously, the skull itself, what force it needs, the kinematic-based parameter, and what fracture it's associated to. Biomechanical response of the human head during vehicular crashes, falls, and sports-related events can lead to mechanically induced trauma. Right. Skull fractures account for 32% of all head injuries. Fractures occur when the dynamic input to the cranium exceeds the tolerance limit. Yeah. In-depth studies focused on different head regions. Head injury tolerance studies are necessary. Yeah. Come on, get to the point. The skull fracture correlate was defined as the average acceleration over the head injury whatever that one stood for. A criteria based on impact force is then also used to predict skull fracture. Oh. No. I need something simpler, far too in depth. All right. We'll go back to listening to this and I will go down this rabbit hole later. Where are we? Karen Reed. Present. Share screen. Oh, where did Tan go? Share. But that chart to me looks antiquated. Just quietly, sorry. Looks like it's out of one of those old textbooks. What? What's going on with the sex offender? Where are we going?
His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about.
Yeah, we heard this.
You can get.
And then they had the big.
Of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze.
Mm-hmm.
The location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature. My testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls.
Mm-hmm. And what was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report.
Fucking cats. Ugh. Hang on, I've got to go.
I'm reading from my
back.
report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question. So I'm going to look into data.
So, we're not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
So I'm gonna strike that. I wanna see counsel's have up for just.
Sorry, fucking cats, I swear to God. And not mine either. All right, what's happening? Sidebar. So did we get any further after that graph, or we've just gone to sidebar? And I think they're wrapping it up. Right. What have I missed? Kitty mischief. The fucking next door, like, I don't even think they're fucking home. There's no lights on, which is unusual because normally they're up and down all night. Actually, I can't even say that I've seen my Ring camera go off. But anyway, they've got 2 cats, and every fucking night they've been in my bedroom. And my cats have been, because I keep my bedroom window open a little bit, and they're coming in for the cat treats. I found one in my spare room the other day. So I've had to close the window whilst I'm streaming now so that they don't come in. But they were outside the bedroom window fighting now. And my cats sit at the window. And, of course, as soon as they see the cat out there, they protect their property. They don't go anywhere else. These little fucks. I even had them on camera. I got some groceries delivered the other day. And I heard the doorbell go and the Ring camera go, and then not 2 seconds later, I think it was on the loo, my camera goes off again, and these 2 cats are digging in to my fucking shopping. Yeah. Not happy. If they had a light on, they would have had a fucking banshee on their fucking door. Making up for whilst the cat's away, the Uta Heffel play. What was that? It was snowing. Yeah. He had me, like, I totally understood where he was going and what he was doing with all those, the testing. And then when it came to the actual data that he needed to analyze, he skimmed over it and did nothing. There was no, like, you saw all the work that he did to put into the physical data of the cars and the vehicles, okay, to whether or not that tail light was cracked. He spent most of his time on that. Now, that's fine, but back that shit up with the rest of it. The rest of it was a 5-minute fucking, okay, here's a fucking table, and that's what happened. No, that's not what happened. You showed us nothing. You didn't recreate anything at 24 miles per hour in reverse. Nothing. You painted a tail light.
Dr. Welcher, we have to come back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal time anymore. I don't want to okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow.
And
oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
An hour late tomorrow.
So we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Yeah, like you saw it, just even in that small amount of me trying to find the answers out, how many variables and how difficult that assessment is to determine and he shows one picture, one video of him dropping a crash test dummy onto the ground. No, not good enough. Sorry. Not even close. Not even close. They brought in Brennan because he's the closer, and they want a conviction. That's why they're paying him. I think it's nearly up to $500,000 now. And they're fucking doing it again. Oh. Let me get a spray bottle of petrol and a lighter. And you saw just how desperate he was in Burgess. He was happy, more than happy, to skim corners. To try and get the answer that he wanted. Because he couldn't get rid of Arca. Now, this guy is also a biomechanical engineer. Biomechanical, like he's done the studies on the human body. And yet he focused on the data and the cars. You need to prove that head and that light are connected. And the only thing you've done so far is painted your arm. Now, oh, that was me. Sorry. I will play your song. My point is that Lully's case in chief didn't know. Well, at least Lully was honest. He wasn't devious. No. Hank cut a lot of the bullshit out, but he also cut all of the things that he didn't like the answer to out and paid someone else to answer for them and give him the answer he wanted. Yeah. Well, ineffective because you can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt because it didn't happen. You like Brennan? If you saw him defending a sleazy murderer, Whitey Bulger. Did I say anything? I think I controlled that very well. It doesn't matter that my head's about to explode. I said nothing. Look, absolutely. I will give credit where credit's due. He is a far better lawyer, far better storyteller than Lally any day of the week. My issue is honesty and fairness and the right of a fair trial, and that ain't happening. Not with Brennan. Yeah. Yep. He knew exactly what that CV held for Shannon dipshit. And that he had no qualifications and he was lying out of his ass. So, but he was still prepared to put him on the stand and hope that no one noticed. That's what I don't like. He is way too OCD and controlling to miss that. Plus, when he started questioning him, skipped over his entire. Normally, they take 10 minutes to go over their experience and education. No. I feel like that's overplaying. What's overplaying the Burgess thing? That he didn't ask an expert witness his qualifications and experience. Every expert witness that you have testify, they take 10 minutes to go through their CV and their education and experience. You go back and watch the start of Hank's direct on Burgess, and he goes straight to the credentials. Straight. And in fact, I've been reading newspaper articles. He's been fronting as a an accident reconstructionist for years for this insurance mob and getting away with it. He did. He submitted his CV with the Bachelor of Science on it to the court. It was in. You need to go back and watch the whole of his testimony, because he did. This cross-examination, it was submitted to the court, and he tried to say that he hadn't updated it or something, because there was his CV, there was his LinkedIn page, there was his bio on the Apeture site, but his personal CV that he submitted to the court had the Bachelor of Science on it. No. Yes, it did. All right, I'll go and find it. I will find it and I will bring it up. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. Actually, did I upload that? That was at day 20. Day 20. Let me see. Carry trial 2. Okay. Identify and extract the testimony of Shannon 1N Burgess and his cross-examination with Alessi. Provide an in-depth, precise analysis of Shannon misrepresentations with regards to his bachelor degree, did he submit a misrepresented CV showing a degree that he had not obtained to the court? Did he submit misrepresented CV showing a degree that he had not obtained to the court? Go. Go, Gadge, go! Inspector Gadget. Woo woo. Show my age now. I better share the screen so that you know that I am. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Let me search for Shannon Burgess's testimony across the trial days. I'll do a search of his testimony regarding his bachelor degree credentials. Stop listening. My fucking iPad's listening to me. It's asking me to do searches. All right. I found a reference to his testimony on day 19. Let me examine it in more detail and analyze his statements regarding his bachelor's degree. Let me look for specific cross-examination to get a more complete. Okay. Well, here we go. Conclusion. Did Burgess submit a misrepresentation? Based on the testimony, Burgess did not submit a falsified CV directly to the court claiming a completed, but sorry, I apologise. He consistently represented himself as currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in his court submissions. Potato, potato? What did I miss on here? I bet you $100 right now. It didn't. Ask if Shannon's CV submitted to Beverly Cano's court falsely stated he had a beat. It said it was being currently pursued. I'll read the whole thing, shall I? Here we go. Then it's fair. All right. Burgess admitted his LinkedIn profile contained incorrect information. He claimed he only learned about this discrepancy yesterday, the day before his testimony. Apeture's website also contained incorrect information about his educational background. Burgess distanced himself from this misrepresentation, claiming he was not involved in the website design or content. Initial CV submission, October 2024. Burgess submitted a CV as an exhibit to his initial protocol. In this CV, he indicated he was currently pursuing a bachelor's degree. He did not falsely claim to have completed that degree in the court submission. Same, but different to me. Updated CV in April 25. When asked to provide an updated CV, Burgess again did not claim to have earned a bachelor's degree. He affirmed he understood these documents would be provided to both the court and the defence. Establishing that Burgess had not discussed his educational background during direct examination, preventing him from bolstering his credentials during cross-examination. Getting Burgess to commit to professional standards of accuracy. Yeah. During direct examination, Burgess attempted to salvage his credibility by emphasising his professional certifications over 700 hours of training and numerous technical certifications, stating he had never misrepresented his bachelor's degree in court testimony, arguing that a bachelor's degree is not necessary for competency in his field. Yeah, that's fair enough. But you can't be putting in that you're pursuing it for 17 years when you're not even enrolled. Pointing out successful individuals without degrees. Yeah, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and Oprah Winfrey. That was Brennan's attempt to salvage. And when asked who compiled it, he said he would have had a hand in it, but he didn't know, like blaming someone else on who created his CV. So, however, the evidence suggests misrepresentation did occur in other professional contexts. His LinkedIn profile apparently contained inaccurate information about his educational credentials. His employer's website also contained incorrect information about his qualifications. He claimed minimal responsibility for these discrepancies, attributing them to neglect, not updating LinkedIn, and lack of involvement in the website content. The defence strategy was to undermine Burgess's credibility by highlighting these inconsistencies, suggesting that someone willing to misrepresent their educational qualifications might also be unreliable in their professional analysis and testimony. This cross-examination illustrates how seemingly minor discrepancies yeah. And what was the thing about the like his analysis? What did he get? Megabytes and megabits, gigabytes and gigabits. And then, not only that, he got the wrong fucking date. He was 24 hours ahead. He put it at the 30th, not the 29th. What have I missed? Oh, excuse me. I'm not asking the question right. To Judge Canoni's court, all right? What do you want me to write? Tell me. Post the StreamYard link. Paste. There you go. Don't hack me. You didn't win. Currently pursuing for 17 years. That's false. The AA knows. The AA only knows what I've put into it from testimony. That's all it is. And that was not biased. That was factual. Correct? Don't you think it's weird that the defense couldn't address anything he said or found and solely focused on CVs that never were submitted to this court? They did, though. They addressed the fact that he got it wrong because he misunderstood megabytes and megabits and gigabytes and gigabits and their job is to do that. If you've falsely claimed something, then that's easy, slim pickings. I would too. And don't you think that Brennan wouldn't do that if the reverse was in play? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I did actually do it. Here we go. I did an analysis on the cross-examination of Alessi and Burgess. And copy. I did it just for my own interest, basically, because I wanted to study the actual procedure of. Where did that bop? There he goes.
Jody, how are you?
Where did Chen?
Do we still have Tanya with us or no?
No.
Okay.
I think so.
Cool. Well, we had 4 days off of court, so it was kind of nice seeing you.
Yes, it was. I think I slept for 2 of those days. I'm not going to lie, I did. Did you hear me? Bad pause, bad pause.
No, I'm sorry. You cut off. Oh.
That was a really bad pause.
I'm walking away from my house, so my Wi-Fi is disconnecting, and I'm connecting to
Why are you walking away
cellular.
from the house?
So. Yeah.
Why are you walking away from the house?
I was just gonna walk down to the beach for a second to
clear your
talk
head.
on the phone.
Oh, is
Yeah.
there someone inside? Is there?
No, actually, there's nobody in my house right now, but I like to pace when I'm really heated.
When you've got the blood boiling.
Yes. Well, I think that the Burgess thing was settled right then and there. I mean, I think there's a good case to make that maybe he misrepresented his CV. I think that he just didn't handle it properly. Like, when you put a future date for your degree, that can be understood as saying that, you know, you're going to earn this degree.
Yep.
But if you ever look at that at any other time that's actually past that future date, then yeah, it looks like you're saying you have a degree that you don't have. So it's a really dumb way to create your CV.
But the future date was 2018.
Yeah, and I think that in the Texas federal case that we were just talking about in the chat, the date was still a future date. So
The Texas federal case, did you say?
Yeah, there was like a
I
federal
missed that
case.
bit.
Yeah, so Alessi, the reason why I was so confident I was right about this is because Alessi said that in the CV that you entered into this case, you put you were currently pursuing this degree. But in the CV that you entered into this federal case, you didn't put that, did you? And he's like implying, oh, you know how to put that, but you lied. And the guy was like, well, it was a future date, so I thought that it would be like assumed that people would know what I'm saying, because like we're sitting here in 2023, it says I'm going to have the degree in 2024. Everyone in the court is going to know I don't currently own that degree. But if you look at it from the period of now back to, you know, if you look at that document now, it looks fraudulent, but you have to take into consideration the dates.
When was the Texas case?
I don't know. It was just some case in Texas. It was a federal case.
How long ago?
I don't remember the dates. But I do know that it was still a future date at the time that it was entered into. And at some point, he must have realized that that wasn't a good way to make your CV, because he changed his methodology to say currently pursuing rather than just a future date. But I think...
But he wasn't enrolled anywhere, and one of the degrees that he has said that he was pursuing didn't even exist.
Yeah, I know.
Like, fuck. You got to
he's
be a little
very
bit
much
smarter than that, mate.
He's a clowny guy. Don't get me wrong. I think that the defense, found some really hilarious things to say about him. But is that all that they should say? I mean, I get what you said. Like you're saying that he got the date wrong or something, and that he
You had it down as the 30th.
he mixed up bytes and bits or something like that. But
Well, that was his whole argument, was that the chick that did the chip off first got it wrong because she didn't have enough. She could not have abstracted the amount of data that she required. That was the argument.
Okay. Well, I was.
She couldn't have done a thorough analysis. That was the whole reason why he was asked to do that report.
Okay. I'm not extremely familiar with that. I mean, I did listen to that part of the cross-examination, but I'm not sure that part really resonated with me. And maybe that's because it was overshadowed by how much time Alessi spent on this TV issue. And it really seemed like he wasn't trying to get into most of the findings in the report. And it's like, okay, well, I would prefer that you hammer him on this CB thing, which it's an okay argument. I mean, it's a good argument. It's kind of funny. Mostly it's
it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Because it's embarrassing.
Stop laughing. Did you watch my stream? I was just giggling the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I did watch your stream, man.
But look, he did get out his data indirect.
Right.
And we all listened because we didn't know any better beforehand. And look, I personally, when he was giving his direct, I still don't understand why they are focusing so hard on this 3-point turn.
Because what they're doing is the text stream data doesn't have timestamps. But they're able to see on the text stream data when she reversed. And so they can extrapolate that to the cell phone that had
and
the
sync the
wave app
time.
on.
I get that. Yep.
Yeah. So that's the reason why.
But what's the significance of the 3-point turn?
Because that 3-point turn got picked up by the text stream data. The text stream isn't constantly recording everything the car does. It records specific things it does, like
triggering events,
reverse, and so what they're saying is we can figure out what time this happened, and that helps us to figure out what time the other things also happened.
Yeah, but in their evaluation of that text stream data, and they're saying at the time that it happened, at the 12:32:36 or whatever it was, that triggering event, that doesn't correlate with her connecting to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows.
Yes,
and that is a fixed data point as well.
I was arguing with my friend about this a little bit over the weekend. And basically what she told me, and I don't know all the facts of the case, to be honest. Like, I hear a little bit from court, I hear a little bit from the internet, but it sounds like the place that she drove to and connect to the Wi-Fi is about 6 minutes away, and she got there. Well, according to Google Maps, right? And she got there in 4.5 minutes, roughly. So basically,
if they go on that text stream data.
So we're saying that, oh my gosh, Karen Reed had to drive 30 miles an hour the entire way there. It's like, okay, well, I drive faster than 30 miles an hour on a residential road on a good day when I'm not drinking and enraged and just ran someone over 24 miles an hour. So she goes 24 miles an hour in reverse. How fast does she go when she's going forward? That's my question. I think it'd probably be at least twice that speed. And a lot of the argument is, well, it was a bad blizzard, like Jen McCabe said.
It hadn't gotten that bad then. It was bad later.
Yes, exactly. That's a good observation. And honestly, just when I put in Google Maps, I usually beat the Google Maps by about 2 or 3 minutes, and that's not in a very slow residential area. So I just don't think that's really a great hill to die on.
No, but then you add that to Ryan Nagel and his timestamps of when he was at 34 because he texted his sister, "I'm here," for Julie to come out. Now, how she didn't bump into John on the way in and out. There's the two doors, and I reckon she came out one and he went in the other.
So I don't understand this one. I've heard it also brought up, but I don't get.
It's really, really confusing because Higgins puts a big kibosh on it all. So Higgins was really specific about where he parked in the driveway, and that he went into the driveway and did a bit of a sweep of the driveway before Brian Albert got home, and then parked so that the rear of his vehicle was in line with the letterbox so that it didn't obstruct the driveway. Now, there was no information until we got that CCTV footage from Canton Police of his whereabouts until about 1:40 a.m. when he swiped in. But Ryan Nagel said he pulled up directly behind Karen's SUV because they came in at opposite, like they came in, she'd overstepped Fairview and had to turn around and come back. And so when they came to Fairview, they both met at the intersection and he gave way to her. So she went in first, he followed her down Fairview. And in the time that it took her to get to 34 Fairview, his statement was that he pulled up right behind her in line with the letterbox. No one in that car saw the Higgins's car because that's where it was parked, in that exact spot. And then he said that he pulled out around her car because she'd moved forward, and they had the dome light on in the car, and he only saw her in the driver's seat and no one in the passenger. So was he no one saw him having a piss outside, no one saw him walking around, it's
All right, I'm very confused. So
I know.
Is it saying that, are they trying to say, the defense, are they saying that she had already hit him by this time?
No.
That they were sitting in the car together?
This was when they arrived at, like, Ryan Nagel's statement and her GPS and that all fit at this particular arrival time at 34 Fairview. But it's where Higgins' car was as well. Like, he was still there apparently because he texted John at 12:20 saying, are you coming here? Mm-hmm. And he reckons his testimony said that he didn't get there until 12:30, 1 o'clock. Something's dodgy. There is shit going on.
I'm struggling to completely understand the argument.
I know.
I think I would need to draw some kind of...
I've got an Excel spreadsheet that this chick Sleuthy Goosey has done, and she has, it's linked to, it's like to the second from
Sleuthy.
Right.
Isn't she the same one that creates those witness lists that have like the descriptions of each witness?
No.
And for like Turtle Boy, it says
no.
He's a doctor. And
no. She's actually got the date, the time, the incident, whatever, and then she has the court document or the exhibit connected to it.
Gotcha. I'd take a look at it.
It's got everything, every exhibit, every statement, the whole timeline. It even tells you how much snow was on the ground at the time. It goes through everyone's health data and puts it in a timeline, even to the point of what Jen's heart rate was at that time. It's amazing.
Very specific.
It's based on all the evidence that has been presented.
I have a different question.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Actually, I have so many questions, but I guess
I know.
All right. Here's just one.
Yep.
So, because Higgins is being, he's probably going to be really attacked in the next week or so.
Do you think they're going to call him?
I don't know. I think that they might, but My question is, you heard all those messages. We've heard it in 2 trials now between Higgins and Karen
Karen.
Reed.
Yep.
So who do you think is the one who was like being fairly cautious, fairly reasonable, like not the one who's trying to incite this affair? And who do you think is the one who was acting a little irrational, a little maybe like trying to use the other person, trying to, I mean, and I think it's obvious where I stand on this. I think that she was basically using him to like make herself feel better, to like do this little affair thing.
Yeah.
And he was never even really that into it. Like, I think that he was like, yeah, she's hot. I'm definitely going to do this if she wants to, but I don't believe her. I think that she's like just using me. Like, he picked up on that right away.
But he would have been more than prepared to use her. He was punching above his weight anyway. Like, I think he's very insecure. I think they both are. And yeah, I actually think, like, listening to that like the second time around, I think they actually hooked up that night, because he gave her directions to that place that he was staying. Remember, she was out in Canton with a girlfriend, and he gave her directions, and he asked her what she drank, and she said, "Oh, whatever you're drinking," and then she got further directions on how to get there, and then you don't hear anything till the next day. So she definitely hooked up with him for sure that night.
I think that's
Uh-oh, where'd you go? Oh no. Oh no. He's gone. But there's a but to the end of that. Having an affair or cheating doesn't make you a murderess. It makes you a cunt, but it doesn't make you a...
Sorry about that.
Did you hear my continuation?
That you think that they hooked up?
Yes, I said I think they hooked up, but being a being a slut doesn't make you a murderess. It makes you a cunt.
Oh no, gosh. No. In fact, I mean, in my opinion,
and I think there is some truth to John's. I mean, have a look at him.
I mean, here's the only thing I'm picking up on that is that this dude Higgins doesn't seem like this is his passion. He's not in love with this woman. He barely trusts her to even come over to his house and screw him. Like, he's even like, whoa,
he's insecure.
am I sure this is legit? I thought you were happy. You're with John. Like, he doesn't feel comfortable with any of this, but he is a man and he's a single man. And Karen is
a woman with a wet hole. Yeah.
Chick. So he's not going to tell her no, but I don't think he ever really felt comfortable around her. And
probably not.
Then to say that he went and murdered John O'Keefe because like Karen like didn't want to be with him and he was in love with her and like
who said
stretch.
Who said that he murdered him?
The defense, especially in the last time, but in the last trial they really pushed it. And in this trial they are listing him as a third-party culprit, but I don't know if they're gonna push it or not because it was honestly so ridiculous. Like in the last trial, it made him look better.
I don't think he's got it in him. No way. And as I said from the start, those injuries on his face are not caused from a punch on. They're not at all. And if you were punched by Higgins or Albert, who have boxing experience, you're going to have some damage to your face. You're going to have more than a 1 centimeter laceration to your eyebrow.
Well, I think that the defense, if they are smart, they won't try to push those conspiracies again.
I don't think
they failed
in the
first trial.
No. I do think they're going to call Proctor.
Yeah.
For sure.
They should. Because that's their best defense. I mean, Proctor was incredibly unprofessional and, so that's what they should go with. They should just make it look weird to the jury. But if they start trying to say, all of these unprovable things that, they are saying, no, this is what really happened, that's when they're
Yeah.
going to lose the case.
But the prosecution is saying all of these unprovable things as well.
Well, they're trying to prove them.
But they can't.
I mean,
and this is the end of their state. This is the end of their. And to me, I'm sorry, they haven't met their burden at all. Not even close.
I think if you don't believe that Proctor planted all this evidence, you cannot even start to think she's not guilty. And I just have never seen anything that would make me think that he planted the evidence.
Well, explain to me why he didn't go out of his way to investigate this case of a cop.
Well,
I can't get past it.
So I was watching something the other day. It was some true crime thing, and it was like, they will typically, make sure that all the suspects are investigated.
Yeah.
None of these people are suspects. There's never any.
How do they know that until they eliminate them?
Well, nobody ever said that they should be considered suspects until like months later when Karen started formulating this defense with her expensive lawyers. I mean, like, it wasn't a thing. Like, it was a typical
explain to me.
DUI hit and run case up until people started saying, like, but what if it was everybody that was there who wasn't Karen did it?
All right. Explain to me then. So, the incident happens. Proctor doesn't go to the site, doesn't go to Brian Albert's. No one gets a search warrant to his home. He goes straight to the hospital to see John. And seeing John with one sneaker on, then decides that it is a vehicle pedestrian strike. Within 8 hours, he has Karen's car, Karen's phone, and he has her.
The investigation.
He has her guilty, and he does not investigate anyone else. 8 hours before the cert team had even been out.
And then a couple days after she got arrested, her lawyer's like, look, this wasn't done purposefully. We're going to go through the system. We're going to go through the process. Even her own lawyer was like, yeah, she did this. Like,
No. You mean Nettie?
Yeah.
No, she was asking him. She was saying, because she can't, she's trying to comprehend what happened. She doesn't know what happened by dropping him off and then finding him like that.
Yeah, she had.
Can you imagine what's going through your head?
I would never be like, did I hit someone? Now, I saw them go into the house and not come back out, but did I hit them? Like, that doesn't make sense, Jody. Come on.
No, it does. You can't, you don't know what would be going through your head. Every scenario you could think of to try and explain what is going on in front of you. Your loved one is they're dead, and you're like, what the fuck?
No, this is several days later, actually. Like, she's explaining this, and she's like, I didn't know. Did I hit him? Did I not?
Yes,
did I clip him?
Yes.
But then
she was saying, could I have done this?
She also said, well, and I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement says I did?
No. She said, did I? She said, it was started with a did I, and it ended with a. It was taken completely out of context, and she explained that she had said something before and after that in that interview, that very first interview with Dateline. That's what you're talking about, aren't you?
Well, I think we've already talked about most of this evidence. I think what's going to make the difference for me is, honestly, I think I'm already very convinced by the evidence, but I think if they could show something.
They need to show me how that car killed him. Because at the end of the day, the car's the murder weapon, and his head is the. And I cannot, for the life of me, put the two together. I can't.
I thought about something the other day because I was listening to a different thing. And it was like a case where there was like a serial killer or something, like, and he like stabbed somebody or something like that. I don't remember the exact circumstances, but I do remember that the medical examiner ruled it as inconclusive as far as the manner of death, whether it was a homicide, accident, or natural death. And so I was curious, like, how many instances are there where the medical examiner rules it as inconclusive or undetermined when that person goes on to be convicted of like murdering that person? Just because people say like, oh, this is like irrefutable evidence that she didn't kill him because the medical examiner said it's inconclusive, and therefore she's going to be testifying for the defense. The Commonwealth isn't even going to call her. Like, did you hear all the people saying that? And it's totally
Scotty
not
Bello.
true.
They did say that, yes, yep.
Yeah,
They did say that.
I mean,
but they did also put a motion in to have that part of the medical examination redacted. They didn't want her manner of death brought into court. He asked specifically in that motion. He did not want undetermined to be included.
Okay.
And then
for that, but
pardon? Yeah, he did. But there's something else I was going to say. Fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he have called in Renee Stonebridge? Like,
Stonebridge. I mean, you've told
She was
me
the-
that I know who she is, but I'm gonna have to see her again.
she was the neurologist who, at the end of Irene Scotty Bellows' testimony, she said she took the brain out and she saw that there was hemorrhaging, so she put it in formalin and set it and sent it to the neurologist for her to assess the amount of damage and the hemorrhaging that was in fact in the brain.
Okay.
And she testified in the first trial to the extent of the hemorrhaging and the damage and the force that was required.
And you said I like this girl.
Yeah, she was hot as fuck. But then he brings in this Miami fucking guy who basically, from the second that he sets on the thing, he's saying, yeah, no, he fell over. But even that district, it puts into the Commonwealth's theory that it wasn't a vehicle strike. He's saying that it could have quite easily been that he slipped and fell because and his blood alcohol was 0.21. 0.21.
So, yeah, that guy said he fell over.
Yes, so that already doubt right there. Hey?
Unless he seemed okay with that, because he was like,
Yes, because that creates doubt.
well, no, I don't think so. I think it shows that
It provides an alternate theory.
It shows that he probably got hit by a car and fell over backwards. I mean, because before that, there was going to be all this defense stuff about how he got hit by a weight or a 2x4 or all this stuff.
No, that was me saying that. They haven't brought that up. That was my theory.
Well, that was yours, but everyone else had their own theory.
But as soon as they said there was no depression fracture, then it's
hard to argue that.
It could quite easily have been that he came out of the house, couldn't find Karen there, slipped a fucking hit his head and died. Like,
okay,
but
it didn't really click with the computer data or the fact that she said, "Oh my God, I hit him."
No, she said, "Could I have hit him?" All right, now answer me this one then. Why did Hank Brennan go on the massive tanty about this tail light and saying you can't remove something that's already gone? And now that tail light wasn't cracked, and that report was written in January.
Not sure what you're saying exactly. I'd have to digest that a little bit more.
Well, you go back to the motions hearing about was it the motions or was it? I'll have to find it and I'll send it to you. But he made a massive ordeal about this, and he had video evidence, and he showed the. Actually, I did a short on it. He showed the multiple times that car going in and out and reversing into the traverse, and the fact that that light shone white, not red, because it was already broken. Remember?
Yeah,
And then
yeah, I think I know.
today, he's now saying that it wasn't broken at all.
Did he really say that? I don't
Yes,
think he
that tail light was not damaged whatsoever.
said.
That's the testimony of that guy. And then when he did the reconstruction stuff, he painted the tail light unbroken and got the blue paint on his arm.
No, Jody, those are two different times.
No.
The time that they have the film of her driving away with the white light is after
He backed into the traverse. She backed into the traverse.
after she already hit John.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. No, that definitely is later. That was when she was driving to go
to Jen's.
Jen's, yeah.
No.
Yeah, it is. No, it really, it is. Because her whole assertion is that that's when she broke her light, but yeah, that happened. Fact, that was like 4 a.m. or something.
Yeah, that's the only time that she hit the reverse. Like, that's the only time she reversed out of his driveway was to go to Jen's.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So they're saying that she broke the tail light then.
Okay,
Yeah?
I'm missing what you're saying. So you're saying
Right,
that when she first hit the traverse, the tail light was intact?
That's what this guy's saying now, yes. He did all that 3D reconstruction, and he's saying that it was completely intact when she left. And not broken at all, not even cracked.
That's really what he said. I mean, come on. I have to look into that a little more. Let's ask the ChatGPT.
I haven't uploaded it yet. Oh, I can ask chat, but do you know what I did the other day just for shits and giggles? I put in John's height, John's weight, John's blood alcohol concentration, and his vitreous fluid concentration, the position he was found in, the clothing he was wearing, the conditions that he was in, his body temperature when he was found. I didn't put any times in, nothing like that. And the injuries he sustained. I put that into ChatGPT and said, what caused his death? And I swear to God, it was exactly what the coroner said, word for word almost. Word for word.
I'd be interested in
Blunt
seeing.
force trauma and undetermined.
See what I have to deal with over here, though?
Can you put your cock away? Put your cock away.
No, I just walk in. I had a cup. And then the cup is the bird.
It's a blue Solo cup.
Right.
Just so happens.
These are not the best for carrying blood.
No.
They're
And
great for
the
birds.
photos that they showed today with that witness that were taken on the 3rd of February that had blood in the snow as well, and they didn't take any samples of it.
So I don't understand why it's such a big deal. Like, they were trying their best to get the blood. They didn't want to just leave it on the ground. And I don't think it was ever really in dispute whose blood it was. I don't understand the problem with the Solo cups thing. Like, I get it. Like, it's not ideal, but I mean.
No, but all right, compare it to every other investigation. And I'm not just talking about the Solo cups. I'm talking about the amount of effort and evidence collected for an investigation overall.
But we're not going to let her
Solo
go
cup.
because they collected the stuff in Solo cups.
No, that's got nothing. No,
Look at my
why didn't they
investigator
call?
over here.
Why not
He's
call
out
crime scene in?
looking for blood right now.
Why didn't they get the crime scene investigators in?
I think that they did get them in as soon as they
No.
could. The problem is there was
No, they got the cert team. I'm talking the CSIs.
Yeah, I think that they were literally just doing the best that they could, you know, and it's easy to do a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking. But the fact is, unless there was something that was done so egregious that it really
A dead
makes
cop
the
is not
evidence
egregious.
inadmissible into court, which is usually done before, you know, the evidence gets to
So
a
a
jury.
dead cop is not egregious enough to call in a crime scene.
No, I don't think so. I think that, you know, there's reasonable criticism there, but I think that these little small police departments don't have all the resources that some people would like to them to have. People think that it's like Disney World, where they just literally have
The
every
death of a police officer has an
resource they
unlimited
could.
budget.
It's not that it's not in a budget; it's that it's unexpected. It's in the middle of a blizzard. It's
Doesn't matter.
Within hours, they were doing
12.
the things that people say, why didn't they do right away?
12 hours.
Yeah. So they
12
got
hours.
it under control. It's just, you know, they're not like it's. If you
I
were
looked
to
up the
write
protocols. I looked up the
perfect way
Massachusetts
to do
protocol.
this investigation, you're going to find discrepancies, but
Yeah.
these are real people. This is a real town. They don't have
All right.
kinds of.
I looked up the protocols of the cert response for Massachusetts, and it said 1 to 2 hours. Why then did they have to wait for a green light from Tully?
A green light.
Yeah.
Probably so that they make sure that their funding gets reimbursed, something like that.
Funding. No.
Yeah, funding, you know, holds up a lot of stuff over here. Because if you spend the money and then someone turns around and says you shouldn't have spent that money, then
The
you
DA
can't.
is going to say, no, you can't spend money on investigating one of our boys in blue.
Well, no, if you're not authorized to do it, then you can't. You have to.
So why hold off 12 hours?
I mean, it sounds to me like they did everything in a reasonable period of time. And granted,
And the crime scene.
the taillight pieces they kept finding for a while, but they found the first ones that same day. So
yeah, exactly.
Why does Free Karen Reed believe that Proctor went and broke the taillight and then went and sprinkled more pieces? Like he already had the pieces there, right? No, he went back, got more there because that would make her more guilty. The more pieces there are, doesn't make any sense. Like he already had the pieces there, but he's like, I'm gonna go and break up more of her taillight and then go back.
No, he broke the whole lot off at once. He broke the whole lot off at once, and kept it to wherever. But for some reason, decided to.
Oh my god!
Oh, look at the bird.
The bird is insane. I don't know what to tell you. He's been acting extra crazy.
Is it innate?
Yeah.
He wants a bit of bri.
Right. He's on a rampage.
He wants a piece of bri.
He's been like this all day. I'm not sure. He was kind of like cooped up.
Did he talk?
Yeah, but right now he's not talking. He's like speaking his own language or something.
He's probably listening to me. I'm freaking him out.
Dude, all right. Let me show you what he's doing. I don't know if I can zoom in.
I can see him on the cage. Yeah. Don't let him fly into the fan.
He's like swearing in Indonesian. All right. Look, we have guests.
I bet you it's me.
There's literally 14,000 people on the internet watching right now. Copies.
There's 5 of us. I stay up all night for 5 of you. How dedicated I am.
All right, Jess, I gotta let you go. I'm on 5%. I've been plugging in.
Okay.
Trying to...
No worries, sweetheart.
All right.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you in the morning. All right.
Bye. All right. I better go to bed too. It's oh fuck, the sun's up. Holy shit. It's 7:30. 7:43. Oh fuck. Tanya's gonna be here in 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. That's 4 hours. Oh fuck. Okay. I might set up tonight's stream and yeah, get ready to go out. Sleep all afternoon. All right, my darlings. That was fun. That was good. But yeah. Yeah. That's the kind of questions I want to write down all those questions, right? And put them how you want them to be asked, and I'll put it into the transcript, because it's only the transcripts is the only thing that's in there. That's it. Nothing else. So it will only I ask it which things to access, and that's it. So I specify the trial 1 and trial 2. That's it. Nothing else. So yeah, come with your questions. Oh, I'm frozen. Oh no, my pink cursor's frozen. My giant pink cursor. Oh, fuck. I can't end the stream. Hello. Dooby-dooby-doo. Don't mind me. I'll change the battery. One. Oh, hopefully I've got a spare. I normally do. Oh dear. I know. I'll take one out of the old one. Ow. Is it the right size? Oh, fuck, it's the wrong size. Me. How does one end one stream with one's remote? I bet you it's working now. Nope. Let's stop like that. What about? Nope, wrong size. What else has got batteries in it? Don't say a word. Oh, I know. There's some on that other. I know. There's some in the other drawer. Oh. Ouch. All the things I do. Oh. Just get out. Okay. Oh, we're working. Okay. Oops. Oops. Oh, hello. I'm back. Okay. Love you all, and stay the fuck away from Hank Brennan.
It's been 12 months since acquittal, and so much has passed us by. Such a scattering with evidence, and some blatant flat-out lies. silky undies, the ones with that chain made of lace. So you can bring in Massachusetts, 'cause we